real or not?
Cloud!
He'll come back. He said that he would.
What about this planet?
Weird thoughts.
They can take your world.
Cloud.
They can take your heart.
Weird thoughts.
Cut you loose from all you know.
Cloud.
But if it's your fate,
He'll come back.
Well,
Cloud!
Let's go. He said that he would.
that's up to you, Cloud.
then every step forward will always be a step closer to home. I want to line the pieces up. Yours and mine.
It's like she said. Wait here and Cloud will come back.
Cloud!
Take your heart.
Take your heart.
Welcome back.
You're dying to watch.
Like, is any of this for
I want to
real
line the pieces up.
or not?
Every step forward, yours will always be a step closer to home.
I'm back.
A scattered dream that's like a far-off memory. A far-off memory that's like a scattered dream. I want to line the pieces up. A far-off memory that's like a scattered dream. Yours and mine.
I've been having these weird thoughts lately.
Good to see you, Cloud.
Like, is any of this for real or not? Real or not?
Cloud!
He'll come back. He said that he would.
What about this planet?
Weird thoughts.
They can take your world.
Cloud.
They can take your heart.
Weird thoughts.
Cut you loose from all you know.
Cloud.
But if it's your fate,
He'll come back.
Well,
Cloud!
Let's go. He said that he would.
that's up to you, Cloud.
then every step forward will always be a step closer to home. I want to line the pieces up. Yours and mine.
It's like she said. Wait here and Cloud will come back.
Cloud!
Take your heart.
Take your heart.
Welcome back.
You're dying to watch.
Like, is any of this for
I want to
real
line the pieces up.
or not?
Every step forward, yours will always be a step closer to home.
I'm back.
A A scattered dream that's like a far-off memory. A far-off memory that's like a scattered dream. I want to line the pieces up. A far-off memory that's like a scattered dream. Yours and mine.
I've been having these weird thoughts lately.
Good to see you, Cloud.
Like, is any of this for real? Or not? Real? Or not?
Cloud!
He'll come back. He said that he would.
What about this planet?
Weird thoughts.
They can
lately.
take your world,
Cloud.
they can take your heart,
Weird thoughts.
cut you loose from all you know.
Cloud.
But if it's your fate,
He'll come back.
Well,
Cloud!
Let's go. He said that he would.
that's up to you, Cloud.
then every step forward will always be a step closer to home.
I want to line the pieces up. Yours and mine.
It's like she said. Wait here and Cloud will come back.
Cloud!
Take your heart,
Take your heart.
Welcome back.
you're dying to watch.
Like, is any of this for
I want to
real?
line the pieces up.
Or not?
Every step forward
Yours
will
and mine.
always be a step closer to home.
I'm back.
A scattered dream that's like a far-off memory. A far-off memory that's like a scattered dream. I want to line the pieces up. A far-off memory that's like a scattered dream. Yours and mine.
I've been having these weird thoughts lately.
Good to see you, Cloud.
Like, is any of this for real? Or not? Real? Or not?
Cloud!
He'll come back. He said that he would.
What about this planet?
Weird thoughts.
They can take your world,
Cloud.
they can take your heart,
Weird thoughts.
cut you loose from all you know.
Cloud.
But if it's your fate,
He'll come back.
Well,
Cloud!
Let's go. He said that he would.
that's up to you, Cloud.
then every step forward will always be a step closer to home.
I want to line the pieces up. Yours and mine.
It's like she said. Wait here and Cloud will come back.
Cloud!
Take your heart.
Take your heart.
Wasn't that?
You're dying to watch.
Like, is any of this
I
for
want to
real
line the pieces up.
or not?
Every step forward
Yours
will
and mine.
always be a step closer to home.
I'm back.
A scattered dream that's like a far-off memory. A far-off memory that's like a scattered dream. I want to line the pieces up. A far-off memory that's like a scattered dream. Yours and mine.
I've been having these weird thoughts lately.
Good to see you. Cloud.
Like, is any of this for real or not? Real or not?
Cloud!
He'll come back. He said that he would.
What about this planet?
Weird thoughts.
They can take your world,
Cloud.
they can take your heart,
weird thoughts.
cut you loose from all you know.
Cloud.
But if it's your fate,
He'll come back.
Well,
Cloud!
Let's go. He said that he would.
that's up to you, Cloud.
then every step forward will always be a step closer.
Interesting. Very interesting, these pierogies. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Anyway. What's up? I just texted my best friend that I was doing this. And he's like, "What time?" "Now." What's up, everybody? My name's Cloud, and after a couple days off, we are going to go ahead and do part 3 of 3 for this official ranking of the top 125, and then we have 126 to 250 unranked. What time? Right this second, literally right now. He's asking me, you know my Twitch channel? All right, let's. Hopefully he doesn't check the VOD. Anyway, there. You got the link. First of all, great question, Larry. Actually, before best friend, air quotes. Before we start, let's give a shout out to Larry. They streamed quite a few things. Just finished Dark Souls 2. Currently playing Bug Snacks, something that's completely underrated on this channel, or on this platform. I wish more people took the time to kind of experiment with games outside of the AAA and like very popular indie space. But if you're not following Larry, please go ahead and follow them. Awesome content as always. Also, I'm buying time while I get into my own chat. Ooh, I don't like the sound of my own voice, so let me turn that down. And to answer your question, actually, to delay the question one more second, Mango, you're back. Did you win your intramural championship for basketball? This smoothie has grapefruit juice, ice. It has a pear and some mixed berries, which I think was frozen blueberries, raspberries, and maybe one other. It sounded like it was impossible not to win with how terrible the competition. The fact that you mercy ruled a team of 5 players with 3 players told me pretty much everything I needed to know about that entire season. So the grape juice is slightly overpowering, just by a smidge. Still good, though. Last game was decently competitive, but we won by 20. All right. Without further ado, let me start some music. I'm going to start with one of my favorite songs. I feel like we need a hype track. This track is 2 minutes and 12 seconds. I'm just going to play it. I might even vibe out to it a little bit. Just set in the mood for the rest of the stream. Gotta love it. All right. This won't show up in the VOD, so I don't really care. So, before we get into the top 100, I rethought a couple of games. And it's like, these games have the potential to be on the list. And before I completely just move on from the bottom half of the list, I want to recheck these. We've got Dark Souls 2, Enter the Gungeon, Mike Tyson's Punch-Out, and Apex Legends. I'm going to have to think about this. Not the rethink. There's only 4. I'm going to do some thinking while this song plays. So by default, since they're late entries, they have to replace something on tier 5. That's a decision I've already made. All right. So let me think about the games that would actually be removed from here. So I've been thinking about this a lot. I don't have that much of a memory of this game. What's going to happen is I'm going to replay it. I already have it on my list of games to replay. So I'm going to put this as a warning. It's got to be a better way. Let me just do that. So that's the potential. Far Cry 4, I've been kind of looking at weird for the past couple of streams. Okay. Axiom Verge. I've been looking at that one a little weird too. Honestly, Rise of the Tomb Raider. It feels really weird for me to not put this on the list, but at the same time, that recent replay I had kind of, I don't know, it changed my perspective on that game. This is another game I don't have that great of a memory of. All right. Eternal Darkness is also kind of in a weird spot, but I think I'm just going to trust my instinct on that one. Dragon Quest VIII is pretty good. I'm not going to overthink that too much. All right. So I feel like out of these, I'm going to go ahead and mark these as yellow too. And that way I can just really focus on those games. Unfortunately, I don't have enough memory of this game, so that's gone. I really liked Dreamfall Chapters from what I remember, but I can't say anything intelligent about it, which is a problem for me. I just pushed a pierogi out. So, out of curiosity, do you make the pierogies homemade, or are these like frozen ones or something you buy at a store? Because the process of making ravioli actually sounds kind of difficult. That's gone. And since I don't have to rank these, I just have to figure out which of these four is the most, I just gave this a 9, so I know it's good. Enter the Gungeon on here. Honestly, Enter the Gungeon should probably be somewhere over here, but it's too late. I'm not going to worry about it. These are frozen. Tried to make them one time, and it went absolutely horrible. Happens. But I didn't have the right tools. And yes, that is the problem of anything technical as far as cooking goes. You have to have so many tools. There's a process for everything. I'd love to make my own sushi, but I don't want to have a specific device that has to occupy space in my home just to make sushi, you know? Okay. Getting back to our games. Let me think about this some more. Part of me really wants to get rid of GoldenEye because I don't think it's a great game. I'll just be 100% transparent. For its time, it was great. Now, not so much. It just happened to be at a perfect time and place, and it was a good game for that time and place. Never liked the single player. Multiplayer is a lot of fun, if not terribly unbalanced. I do think, at the very least, these two deserve to be on the list. And the problem is I don't know what to get rid of to do it. I think I'd be okay getting rid of Axiom Verge. I also don't have enough of a memory of Order of Ecclesia, which I am currently replaying. This is how much I've been thinking about this list. I've literally started replaying some of these games just because I wanted accuracy. Ecclesia is a lot of fun. I also have a couple more Castlevanias on there, so there's representation. Although I'm trying not to let representation bias what I'm putting on the list and whatnot. Space is an issue here. We don't have we don't have a rolling pin. I don't have one either. That's one of those really unwieldy things, though. There might be like a collapsible one. That'd be okay. Okay. I would feel between all four of these. I remember liking this. But at the same time, if I go back to my list on the website I keep track of scores, I think I have a 7 next to this game. If I have a 7 next to this game, I think it's got to go for right now. I trust my old self that much. Nope, I have an 8. Never mind. Screw it. We're getting rid of Axiom Verge. And between Dark Souls 2, Scholar of the First Sin, and Mike Tyson's Punch-Out, both are great games. Solid, 8.5s in my mind. I think I would put Scholar of the First Sin over Mike Tyson's Punch-Out just by the smallest margin. And I know how insane of a sin that sounds like in retrospect. Two games that are exactly the same. Mike Tyson's Punch-Out and Dark Souls 2. Pretty much, I mean, you're getting beat up in both of them nonstop. I mean, it's just a pummeling for the player. I am playing Upshot, I guess. This happened to be on, I'm doing a song radio. It's for No Duh, which is a K-Flay song. K-Flay is one of my favorite artists. I'm pretty sure we've talked about this before, but the fact that Upsal is a recommendation for this station, it's a good thing. All right, so we have two more games, and then we can move on with our life. Mike Tyson needs to be on this list. I'm somewhat adamant about that. Apex, not so much. Apex, I like a lot, but at the same time, I'm not, like, over the moon about it. I think Apex is a better game than GoldenEye, but the time I spent with GoldenEye, in my opinion, was a lot more personal than the time I spent with Apex. So, looking at it from that perspective, I'm not, I say away with GoldenEye. It's great for the time, but hard to say that if you're comparing it to all the other amazing shooters. Yeah, it's definitely... So, the thing is, I'm not going with objective quality of the game, if there was even such a thing as objective quality to video games. This is more like, what are my favorite 250 games at this point? And, like, if I'm thinking of... in my, like, life of lives, which had a not only impact, because impact is one thing, because there's a lot of games that had impact on me that are on this list, but, like, something, it's hard to put this into words, to be honest. Like, I think GoldenEye was more important of an experience for me to have, and a better overall experience than Apex was. That's not to say that Apex can't get on here. I hate getting rid of Ecclesia, but at least I can speak to Far Cry 4. And that's kind of the issue I'm running into. I'm going to quickly look through this list one more time. This is rough. Nostalgia is king. I try not to let nostalgia rule too much of my decision making, which is why GoldenEye is here and not anywhere close to the top 100. That being said, Mike Tyson's Punch-Out. Let's figure it out. I hate doing this. I absolutely hate doing this Order of Ecclesia, but let me paste special so I don't mess up anything stupid. All right. Ugh, that was rough. Also, how's it going, Numi? Or Numis? I actually got a little confused because I know who you are, but I also have somebody in my chat that is named Fan of Numi. I don't know if it's the same Numi or whatever a Numis is. I'm assuming it's a D&D reference. I'm not gonna lie to you. But gosh. This sucks. This really sucks. I need one game removed from this list. Okay. I'm going to pause for a split second because I need to have one of my, like, very introspective, like, complete focus moments right here. Once we make this decision, we have one more decision before we get to the top 100. This is kind of like the pregame part. I need to think deep in these last 25 games. Does Apex deserve to be on this list over... I'm just going to go one by one. This is a very real moment here. This is stressing me the F out. I'm not going to lie. Sonic Adventure. This is another kind of GoldenEye case where I don't think it's a fantastic game. I think it's better than a lot of people give it credit for, but it had a very big bearing on my childhood. Numis can actually kind of speak to this. I could speak to a specific moment where we were at this Tennessee resort back when we were both in middle school. And because I was a try-hard competitive dude, we were like trying to get all the upgrades for our characters and get all the emblems and stuff. And I found this really cool upgrade for Knuckles where I can't even remember what it does. I think you can do like a charged attack or something. And I found it, and then he saw it because like anything you equipped in that game or any upgrade you got actually showed up on the character. And I was like, no, I can't let you know how I got this. But then I don't even remember why I had to do it on a different file, but I did. And he was like lurking around the corner watching me. And he's like, oh, I saw you. This is how you do it. And that's just such a vivid memory. So I'm not going to remove Sonic. Katamari, it's just a fun game. Yet another game, I think that one's a little bit overrated, to be honest. But from a uniqueness standpoint, I'm not willing to get rid of it. Mike Tyson's Punch-Out might be the only single-player game on here that I have not beaten. And I would love to beat Punch-Out. Maybe that's something we do on stream one day. I remember it. Yep. I definitely remember that. Gosh. How insufferable was I? Mike Tyson's Punch-Out is a fun game. If you've never played it, play it. Eternal Darkness. I played that, I would say, either 2 or 3 years ago. Very unique, does a lot of fourth wall breaking stuff. A lot of interesting psychological horror things. DDR Max, there's no way that's going anywhere. It's just a lot of fun. That was the game where I played it at the arcade a lot, and I was like, I finally want to play it at home. And having that mat and just being able to stomp and whatnot, and remembering the crappy quality of the foam mat, is all part of the experience. Hollow Knight. Hollow Knight's very good. Yet again, this is a game where I personally think Hollow Knight's a little overrated, but I still enjoy it, and it does a lot of things really right. Jade Empire, I got into that late and enjoyed the living daylights out of it. Stanley Parable is a very special game that it's kind of about game development. It's like a very fourth wall breaking thing. Rise of the Tomb Raider, it's really hard for me to get rid of that one personally. Because while I didn't enjoy my second playthrough as much as my original playthrough, like way back when, I really loved this game. It was like a 9.5 to me. Just the art direction and the art style and a lot of things they did with how they changed it up from the first game, I thought was fantastic. And it's kind of ironic because Tomb Raider 2013 is somewhere on this list. I'm not sure. It's probably like unranked tier 1 if I had to guess. I'm actually very curious about this. Control F. How do I find stuff in a... Oh, duh, I'm an idiot. Tomb. Rise of the Tomb Raider. Tomb Raider 2013. Okay. That's in 100 to 125. Before I replayed it, these roles would have been completely reversed. Audio Surf's incredibly unique. It's a track-based music game where you have like a left, middle, and right track. But the thing about it is it can scan any MP3, like any song from any band. Just if it's an MP3, it will analyze it, auto-generate a track, and you have to like navigate a course based off of that music. Do all the songs work great? No. But it's a lot of fun, incredibly unique. If you were just listening to a podcast, you could just plug it into AudioSurf and just kind of make it into an interactive game if you just wanted to, like kill some time while listening to the podcast. No problem, Larry. Dark Souls 2. If this was a non-Scholar of the First Sin edition, it wouldn't have made the list. Scholar of the First Sin gave me a chance to kind of revisit the game, and I was a pretty big hater of Dark Souls 2. Funny thing, I am somehow been branded the Dark Souls 2 apologist on Twitch, but I hated this game when it came out. I hated it. Absolutely hated it. But with time and kind of a open perspective of things, I've come to appreciate what it does differently. And it's very unique. Like, if nothing else, it is the most unique Dark Souls game. It doesn't play like Dark Souls 1 through 3, doesn't play like Elden Ring, any of that stuff. But there's a lot of stuff it does right. So I think it deserves a spot here. Parappa the Rappa is kind of in the same situation as GoldenEye, but there's just so much unique energy going on there, I can't get rid of it. The original Star Fox is kind of one of those, but the fact that it was 3D and it pretty much does everything that Star Fox 64 does, just a little bit worse on everything. I think it deserves to be there. Spec Ops: The Line is a very interesting game with pretty good shooting mechanics. Super Mario RPG, it kind of set up the precedent for the Paper Mario series with having the interactable turn-based RPG elements, which, to my knowledge, there wasn't any other. Well, I'm sure there was another game that did it before, but I think this one was the one that kind of like really nailed it. Yoshi's Island is kind of a weird one for me, where if you asked me like a decade ago, I would have told you Yoshi's Island was the best 2D Mario game. I don't think that's the case. That being said, I think it's a very unique game. I think it's a very good game. It plays very differently. It's a lot slower than your traditional Mario experience, but the fact that they took Baby Mario and Yoshi and made this kind of like, they made an escort mission game that isn't terrible. Everybody hates escort missions, but somehow they managed to, they managed to kind of pull it off. Undertale, another game I think is kind of overrated, but I still do appreciate a lot of what it does. Also, the Sans fight is incredible. Far Cry 4. I would describe myself as a fan of the Far Cry series. That being said, the more and more I play Far Cry, the more and more I'm like, this series, I don't know. But I think 4 does a lot of cool things. Cooler than Apex? I'm not sure. Fear 2. Let's go ahead and unmark that. Make sure okay. Sometimes my screen auto dims and I hate when that happens during streams. Fear 2. Another game I don't remember much about aside from enjoying it quite a bit. And the weird thing is, I think a lot of people hate Fear 2, which is part of the reason I want to keep it on. Fortnite, it's a lot of fun. It deserves to be here. GoldenEye, I've already given you my explanation. Mega Man X, a lot of fun. Dragon Quest 8. I think Let me make sure I don't have another Dragon Quest on here. Let me type in Dragon Quest, because I have a couple games with Quest in the name. Okay, Dragon Quest IX is on here, which I think is my favorite Dragon Quest. 8's really cool, and I'm trying to use my actual words here. Why do I appreciate 8? It was what got me into Dragon Quest. I gave Dragon Quest VII a try because I heard so many good things about it from like publications. Never got into it. The fact that there was another 3D semi-open world RPG a la Final Fantasy that was roughly up to the same quality surprised me a lot. Okay. And LA Noire is just a very fun detective game. I am a sucker for detective games. I'm not going to really go too deep into that one. So, we have Far Cry 4, Fear 2, and Dragon Quest VIII and Apex. I think we're going to have to go back to the Order of Ecclesia argument that I made before of not remembering much about a game. And if that's the case, unfortunately, Fear 2 is not going to make this list. What I'm going to do is there's a document that you guys can't see, and it has my planned Twitch games for 2023 and beyond, because there's no way I finish all of these. I'm adding Fear 2 to the list, and I'm actually going to bump it up in priority. And that way I can speak intelligently about it, and we can experience it together. When I had a hard time ranking games, I would just ask myself, which one would I rather play right now? Yeah, that is a very good question. Unfortunately, that's kind of an unfair question because the games I'm cutting are the ones I want to play. Because just not because I know they're a good game, but because I don't remember my experience of why I thought they were good games. And I'm curious, about why they ended up here, or why do they end up in my headspace for moments like these. That being said, Fear 2 is unfortunately going to get the cut right now. I think this is the right call. This is the me thinking more objectively than emotionally side of things. Because at least I can speak to all of these. Now, question. I just gave a retrospective on all of these 25 games. I could immediately move into the top 100 right now, or I could give retrospectives, like quick, maybe like 30-second each retrospectives on most of these games. Choice is yours. I'm going to give you guys a couple seconds to think about that while I look at my contenders. What I'm going to do. Copy. I'm just going to paste that. And I'm going to say top 100 and question. My strat is going to be to sort my top 100 into 3 buckets, high, middle, and low. From within those, I'm going to start sorting those lists, and then we'll eventually end up with our actual top 100. So theoretically, I should have 33 in each. So I'm going to take a couple of these, move them across. 30-second retrospect. Okay. We can just quickly, as quick as possible, go through these. Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 4, I really remember enjoying this game. Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 is typically considered the best of the Tony Hawk series, but this one added the ability to get off the board, if I'm not mistaken. Also had a lot of verticality in the levels, which I thought was really cool. And as always, it had a killer soundtrack. Diamond and Pearl was the last Pokemon game that I 100%ed. Took me 300 hours to do so. And I just remember having a lot of fun. It has its issues. There's a lot of slowdown between battles and stuff like that. A lot of weird caves and just kind of questionable mechanics here and there. But overall, great series. If we're talking about a preference, I was Team Diamond. I'd never had Pearl. Grandia 2 is really cool. It's got it's turn-based, but it's also spatial-based, so all of your characters are on like this 3D plane, and you have like a wait phase and an act phase and an execute phase. What you're trying to do is you're trying to get your attacks to hit during the execution phase of your enemies, and you can cancel what they're doing. So it has this very involved mechanical system for its battles. MW2, if you know Call of Duty, you know Call of Duty. I'm not going to go into that one. Dialga baddies in chat. Reminds me I need to actually play Diamond Remake. That's a good point. Soul Calibur 2. Not as good as Soul Calibur 1, but it had Link. It's also a very solid fighting game. Middle Earth Shadow of Mordor. I have literally no knowledge of Lord of the Rings, but they have this really cool mechanic. This is an open world action RPG called the Nemesis mechanic, where essentially you have all these orcs and stuff, and they're in this kind of like hierarchy. And when you take one out, you see like the hierarchy change and like a new orc will replace them. And due to, what's it called? Lord of the Rings magic, they get revived at some point, and they like remember their last battle with you. So this orc's like, oh, well, you slashed off my head. Now I'm wearing a helmet. What you gonna do about it? It's like, oh, well, now you're just gonna like bludgeon me to death. Now I'm gonna have like chest plating, or you dismembered me, so I got a metal arm. Really, really cool mechanic. Red Dead Redemption. I don't have the most memories of that game, but I do remember it being fun. It was one of the games that really got me into Rockstar games in general. Darksiders 2, underrated game, heavily underrated game in my opinion. A lot of people hate on it because it is not Darksiders 1, which is a Zelda clone. The thing that I don't like about Darksiders 1, and I'm sorry, Larry, is it's a Zelda clone, but it's not very good Zelda. Like, my problem with Darksiders 1 is it's just kind of like an unfun Zelda to me. Darksiders 2 focuses more on combat, and it plays like a pretty serviceable Devil May Cry. So, man, DMC Devil May Cry should probably be on this list, but too late. Dragon Ball FighterZ. Incredible fighting game. I really love the mechanics of having the tag team. It's very Marvel vs. Capcom-esque, but they also are incredibly faithful to the source material in a way that pretty much no other anime or manga game has been. Like, if you look at the frames of some of those moves, they are like 1-to-1 with the manga shots. The Witness is this incredible open world puzzle game. It probably should be higher, but I'm dumb. Literally dumb, so I can't even finish all the puzzles in that game. Bomberman DS was a lot of fun in high school. I would play that multiplayer with friends during study hall. Death Stranding is a very unique game that there's literally nothing like it. And the interconnectedness of, you have your isolated world that you're in, but you're also building these bridges, like, and they're also metaphorical bridges, but you're building bridges and helping other players build bridges in their games to make their transportation deliveries go easier. So it was just a very heartwarming experience, and it was very cathartic just kind of roaming in your little bike or doing these very long treks against this wasteland with all these packages on your back and like being like, oh God, I'm going down a hill and I don't want to trip. So DMC 3 is on here, DMC 5 is on here, but like D lowercase m capital C, the not reboot, I guess it is a reboot. That one's not on here. That one's very good, also pretty underrated. Journey, if you know, you know, it's one of those emotional, I'm not going to call it a walking simulator, but it is not very gameplay intensive, but there's a lot of emotion to be had there, and just the art direction's incredible. Halo 4 was admittedly the last Halo single-player Halo campaign that I enjoyed, so I thought that deserved a spot on here. Oh my God, I never started playing music again. Here. I literally got so lost during the puzzles in both Darksiders 1. Interesting. I don't remember Darksiders 2 having that many puzzles. Also, I wish they would implement that Shadow of Mordor mechanic in more games. So that was the talk. Everybody was so sure that they were going to actually do that and put it into more games. It just never happened. Bloodstained. Sorry, I actually skipped 3 games. Castlevania Lords of Shadow. 3D Castlevania made by Kojima. Enough said. Alien Isolation. Overly long horror game, but they do the thing that a lot of games are afraid to do and disempower the player. So you don't have a lot of tools to actually fight back against the predator. So it really just does become this like sense of powerlessness that's in its own way is very empowering, because the fact that you're so helpless for most of that game is something so many games are afraid to like force a player to do. And I just thought that was the coolest thing. Bloodstained, it's not Castlevania, but it's just as good in a lot of ways. Eco, you know, if you know Eco, you know Eco. It's game before Shadow of the Colossus. Very art piecey. A lot of really interesting mechanics. It's also an escort mission game. And I think they did really like well in conveying a bond between Eco and the girl. Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance. What a wild game that one is. Almost has nothing to do with Metal Gear, but it is so much fun to just like slice an enemy into hundreds and hundreds of pieces. It was like using abilities, but you had to do it in a specific order, and I couldn't figure out some of them out. Bowser's Inside Story, that one's for the DS. It goes with Paper Mario and Super Mario RPG. Has a lot of those same mechanics. And I think they just did a very good job, like, with the writing there. The platform, you get to play as Bowser, which is a lot of fun. Need for Speed Hot Pursuit is pretty much, like, not Burnout, which I'll get into talking about Burnout once we get to the top 100, so let's not worry about that. Super Mario World's a classic. I'm not even going to speak to that. Skyward Sword, a lot of people love to hate on this game. I haven't played it in a decade, but I remember enjoying it. And I do like the motion controls that it forced you to do. It's very unique. And the fact that you actually have to do puzzles as you're doing combat added another layer of Zelda, like layer of depth to Zelda that it didn't have before. See you have a drink. Love to see you staying hydrated. What's up, Jiraiya? Puzzle Quest. Imagine having like, oh my gosh, I can't even think of the name of the game. It's not called Tetris, but it's like, oh my gosh. Is it Puyo Puyo Pop? The one that Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine is based off of. Essentially, it's a match 4 tile-based puzzle game where the pieces like come to the bottom of the screen, and once you match 4, they disappear. But Puzzle Quest has RPG elements, so you're leveling up your character, you get abilities and it will be like, okay, well, I've leveled up my ability to process red, so now when I do this, it's going to add extra elements to my opponent's grid. And it's just really fun. That game was crazy at the time. Dance Central, a lot of fun to move. It's also one of the few Kinect games that actually like worked as advertised. And I think, you know, with me being certified in dancer, going to get a dance certification, I can appreciate it even more now. And looking back at the choreography, like, Mega Man 11 is a very good 2D, well, it's one of those 2D, 3Ds like Smash type of games. Great boss battles, great level design, everything. My only complaint with it was it's too easy. It's way too easy. Ori and the Blind Forest. Fantastic 2D Metroidvania game with an amazing art style. Unfortunately, I just don't remember enough about the game to rank it higher. Resident Evil Remake. This was a game I was afraid of playing for a very, very long time. I remember renting Resident Evil Remake for the GameCube way back in the day. And I think it was a scene where the dog jumps out the window at you. And I was like, no, I'm never going to play this game again. Probably like 5 or 6 years ago, I actually got through it. Very solid game. So that's why it's there. Gosh. Talking through all of these is going to be a while. It's going to be about an hour before we get to the actual top 100. But that's okay. Metroid Dread is a lot of fun. Reminds me a lot of Metroid Fusion. My only real complaint with it is it's a little bit linear, and I'm more apologetic about its linearity than a lot of Metroid fans are. But the amount that they cut you off from backtracking is kind of crazy. Nier Automata. This is a hard game for me to talk about. Just, it has 26 different endings, and you play as a couple different characters, and it has a lot of false ends. Like, the first time you beat the game, they pretty much explicitly tell you, like, hey, you need to go back in and do this again, and stuff will happen. The gameplay is kind of hit or miss at times. The budget's a little weird, but it does some really incredible world building, a lot of subversion of player expectations. It also has one of the most beautiful endings of any video game ever. Like, it might, that and Red Dead 2, best endings. Like, just no questions asked. NHL Hits is just a lot of fun if you like NFL Blitz, but with hockey, that's your game. Budokai 2 was my personal favorite Budokai. I don't really want to talk about it too much. Mario Maker 2, for me, it was like a lesser version of Mario Maker 1, even though it is better in a lot of regards. We'll talk about it once we get to Mario Maker. Forgotten City was a very interesting game where it's kind of an isekai, if you know what that phrase is, where you're getting teleported into the past, and you have this kind of Majora's Mask-esque mechanic where you're trying to prevent all the people of, I believe it's Rome, from committing a sin. Because once they commit a sin, all of them is turned to gold. So you're like learning stuff each loop and applying it and being like, okay, how am I going to prevent this person from murdering this person? How am I going to prevent this person from committing adultery? And it all just kind of compounds upon one another, and you unlock this like secrets of the town. This is like I almost wanted to call it a better version of Mario Kart, but I have all the Mario Karts above it. This is a very unique racing game. You can transform between a car, a boat, and a plane. The speed's really good. The weapons are really good. It's actually very skill-based, from what I remember. Blasphemous has an amazing art style. It's another one of those Castlevania-likes. Final Fantasy Tactics. I think this is the only tactics game we have on here. And I just have a really mad respect for this game. The story's really solid. All the classes are a lot of fun, and leveling up your characters, recruiting other teammates. Really cool experience. NFL Blitz is just pure fun. You don't even have to like football. I personally dislike football quite a bit. NFL Blitz is a good time. Nights into Dreams. The only Sega Saturn game to make this list, I'm pretty sure. It's a very interesting game if you've never seen it. Essentially, you play as these two kids who get transformed into, I guess his name's Knights, and you're able to do all these loop-de-loops, and it's kind of like track-based, so you're navigating, collecting these blue orbs, but you're also doing somersaults and all these other tricks while you're doing it. And it just creates this sense of flow and parkour that you don't see in a lot of games, and it's just beautiful to watch. Resistance Fall of Man is a little bit of an interesting choice because I feel like nobody talks about it. But it does this amazing thing. It's a first-person shooter, and you know, every first-person shooter you're getting shot at. But the bullets come at you in such unique ways. Like, every gun has its own pace and rhythm. And seeing the bullets, they're slow enough that you have just enough time to react to them. And it creates this kind of like song and dance as you're flowing through the bullets, shooting yours. You have your guns, they have alternate fires. It's a lot of fun. Sonic Colors, just a very good like 2D, 3D adaptation of Sonic. Uncharted The Lost Legacy is a solid... Uncharted Lost Legacy is like if you made a shorter, more convinced version of Uncharted 2. Which I wished Uncharted 3 and Uncharted 4 were more alike. So that's why that's there. Rogue Legacy kind of kickstarted the whole roguelike genre to me. So the concept of dying and carrying over stats to your next player. Rogue Legacy did that in a big way, and I feel like it was very influential on Hades, Dead Cells, a lot of the roguelikes that you see today, even Returnal. Mad respect, by the way, for being able to do these 30-second hot takes on many different games. I am really having to reach right now, but it's fun. Jak and Daxter, this is ironic because before, I really didn't have that much respect for this game, and Jak 2, in my mind, was the better Jak game. But over time, I went back to replay this one, and I can't bring myself to go back and replay Jak 2. I mean, I probably could, but I just don't have that desire right now. It's a solid 3D Mario 64-esque platformer. Not that many gimmicks from what I remember, and the platforming's all solid. Fez is a really unique game where it's an indie game that's presented as a 2D game. And this is going to be spoilers for Rez. Spoilers for all of these games, just like mild spoilers for the most part. But Fez, and I implore you to check this out. It's presented as a 2D game, but then you hit the trigger, and everything has a cubic like art style, so it's very cubic based. So, you know, squares, everything's made up of squares. But you hit that right trigger, and everything rotates 90 degrees horizontally. And it just blows your mind, because you're like, I didn't even know that was literally behind me or to the side of me. Like, so you walk to the edge of a platform, you hit RT, the world rotates, and now you're pretty much seeing like, oh, well, here's the other side of this, you know, what was presented as a 2D object, but it's actually 3D. It's incredible. It's incredible. Control is third-person game that gives you a lot of really cool powers and abilities. The main character, Jess, I'd like to say is her name. I could be wrong about that. But she essentially has like psychokinetic powers. So you're grabbing stuff, throwing stuff at enemies. A lot of Jedi type things. But the thing that makes it all come together is the amount of physics and just chaos that's going on at any given point is just incredible. So you're picking up a desk and throwing it at an enemy, and just all these papers are going everywhere, and it just brings you into the moment, makes everything feel alive. Life is Strange True Colors is my second favorite Life is Strange game. You play as, oh my gosh. And this is the problem with playing so many games. Getting everybody's like names and stuff, you know, memorized is difficult. I can't remember her name off the top of my head, but essentially she controls the power of empathy. So when somebody around her is feeling a really strong emotion, that connects to her. And normally you can like try to resolve the situation. Sometimes it's better to let them like ride out their emotion, but sometimes you can interfere. Empathy is something that's very important to me. That's kind of like, I consider that my kind of superpower. So it touched me personally. And I just really like the characters. Her best friend in that game was incredible, who I'm also drawing a blank on her name right now, which is incredible that I'm just like blanking out on them. But really good characters, a lot of fun. Would recommend. And that's also to say, every game on this list, in my mind, is an 8 or a higher. Probably closer to 8.5 or higher. So, even though, you know, it's number 200, still a really, really good game. God of War. This is the original OG God of War from 2003, 2004, I'd like to say. It's just a lot of fun. The combat was good. It kind of popularized a lot of those QTEs. Also, I don't want to say popularized violence, but it did violence in such a way that I thought kind of brought something to the gaming industry, for better or for worse, but, you know, it is what it is. Pac-Man Championship Edition is one that I can't speak, like, I can't speak to a lot, but with my time with that game, I remember it being a lot of fun. It's very colorful, not your traditional Pac-Man. Has a lot of trippy screen effects, and it's just kind of like this sensory overload on top of Pac-Man, so that one's good. Pikmin. I didn't get into Pikmin until super late, but having to control and micromanage all these little creatures and deal with this day and night system was a lot of fun. I really like that type of stuff, and it doesn't get done in games very often. Like, you see it in Majora's Mask, couple other games here and there, but like having to really plot out your day and then have a plotting phase and an execution phase. That's like one of my favorite things. And for them to do that so seamlessly, I thought was really cool. Beyond Good and Evil is this third-person action game that... This was actually the first game that we talked about on Missed Checkpoints, and I put it in the list to be one of the games we talked about. And it's fascinating because I don't remember, or I don't know if you guys remember those commercials we used to see back in like 2004, 2008 range, where it's like, oh, well, you can be a game designer, and then it's like, oh, well, you got to tighten up the graphics on level 3, bro. This game looked like one of those games on the commercial. Like, if you look at all the characters and like the environment and stuff, everything looks super out of place. That being said, it all kind of meshes together and ends up being this cohesive product with a lot of really, what's the word I'm looking for here? Endearing characters. And it's a shame that we may never get Beyond Good and Evil 2, even though they keep saying it's not canceled. It's one of those hard things to believe. Trauma Center. Game for the original DS. It used the touchscreen very well. You actually got to perform surgery. And like this and Phoenix Wright came into my life around the same time, and both like left a very big impact on me. And just being able to like suture, like, I don't know, an abdomen, or having to put medical gel on something, or like draining a tumor. It was just very fascinating for somebody who has literally no interest in like the medical industry. I thought that was really cool. Ori and the Will of the Wisp is a more refined version of Ori and the Blind Forest. It's got a couple changes. The art style is really great. It does nothing wrong, but I also don't have anything incredibly, like... It is literally like that middle of the pack type of game as far as, like... You do everything very, very well, but I also don't have anything incredible to say about you. Dead Cells. This one, I'm not very sure about its placement on the list. I feel like it should honestly be higher, but I played Hades afterwards, and Hades is a better game, and it kind of painted this game into a little bit of a corner, because I played them within a couple months of one another, I'd like to say. But Dead Cells, Numis, if you're here, that is a game you need to try out if you haven't already tried it out. It's another roguelike. Got tons of weapons, tons of traps, just a lot of fun. It's got a very good progression system, so you always feel like you're making a little bit of progress in each subsequent run. So it's one of the best indie games out there, in my opinion. And I know they've done a lot of work on it since then. So Super Mario Sunshine is a little bit of a controversial pick. A lot of people don't like it because of Flood. Flood is okay. Flood isn't the problem with that game. It's, there are some weird, like, kind of janky things about it, but the fact that it's so unique with how it uses physics and, creating puzzles based off of physics is something you don't see in very many games. You see it in Portal. You see it in, like, Half-Life. And the only Mario game you're going to see it in is Sunshine. And it makes it very unique. The challenge levels where you don't have Flood on are some of the best Mario experiences out there, just because they're not afraid of being difficult on a player. And that's kind of like my biggest complaint with, like, Odyssey and a lot of the more modern Marios. Like, you do eventually get to harder levels, but you have to do so much, in my opinion, unfun platforming to get there. It doesn't make it worth it. Dragon Quest IX was a RPG for the DS. Honestly, I can't speak too much about this one off of memory, but I do remember enjoying it, and I remember the battle system being a lot of fun, even though it probably is almost the exact same as Dragon Quest VIII in that regard. I wish... You know what? I might put that on my list, too, of games to play. It's not going to be a game I play on Twitch, don't get me wrong, but I do want to revisit it, just so I know why I liked it. Sorry. I had to take a drink of water real quick. All right. Let's keep powering through. Guitar Hero 3. I really don't feel like speaking too much about, like, this type of game, just because, like, if you've played Guitar Hero, you know what I'm talking about. I guess the thing that set it apart from 1 and 2 in my mind is it's a little bit more difficult. I really like the soundtrack. A lot of people prefer Guitar Hero 2 soundtrack, but personally for me, 3 was the one that connected. Super Mario plus the Lost Levels. This is Super Mario and Super Mario 2 Japan. Just some really good solid platforming, very little gimmicks. A lot of fun, also a classic. Sonic the Hedgehog 2. This is kind of an interesting position for this, because most people consider Sonic 2 to be the best of the 2D Sonics. Sonic 2 to me is the most imbalanced of all of them. It has a lot of high highs, but it also has a couple low lows that kind of make it more uneven. That being said, it did introduce Supersonic, has some really great music on some levels. Some levels I don't like the soundtrack too. So that's why that's there. Shovel Knight probably should be higher, but it's just a solid Mega Man clone. Which, ironically, now that I'm looking at this, Shovel Knight, Mega Man 9, and Mega Man 10. I'll talk about all three of these games at the same time. Really great 2D platformer games. Shovel Knight, I would probably say, is the best of these three. Just because it has a little bit more variety. But I would highly recommend anybody check out these three games. Pokemon trading card game for the Game Boy Color. Just a lot of fun. Like, if you've ever played the Pokemon card game, like, for real, this is pretty much a faithful adaptation of the first and maybe second card sets, or I don't know how the generations of cards are delineated. I don't know what the proper terminology is for it. But it was just a lot of fun, and it also taught me a lot about strategy in a way that I wouldn't have learned if I had just played the physical card game. Tunic is a fun Zelda-like, which, Numis, if you're here, you should probably check out Tunic on Game Pass. It's a Zelda-like, but it does this very interesting thing where you find pages throughout the land, and the pages are they're the instruction manual for the game, and they're giving you these really subtle clues like, oh, well, on page 32, if you do this and you press these buttons in this order, this thing will happen. So it's another one of those that kind of breaks the fourth wall, has a great art style. Can be a very frustrating game if you don't understand what it's trying to throw at you. Nonetheless, once you do understand, it's a lot of fun. Quantum Break is a underrated game by the guys that did Alan Wake and Control. This is kind of like the forgotten child, so to speak, of that trilogy of games. That being said, it's my favorite. It has this TV show aspect to it that's... I don't remember caring about the TV show. I'm not going to lie to you about that. But the flow of the gameplay is just really incredible, where you have these powers, similar to Control, but they're all on their own cooldown. And if you rely on one power, it's just going to be a terrible time. But if you're playing the game, I'm going to be that guy. I don't care if people get upset about me saying playing the game correctly. But if you're using the powers as they intend for you to do, and like using one, then you pop another, then pop another, then pop another. If you keep that flow, it's almost like hitting the points of a triangle or something. So it's like, okay, pop 1, pop 2, pop 3. Okay, 1's back, ready to go. Let's do it. And there's just a really nice flow to it, and it just feels so seamless. Tunic is actually on my list of games to try on Game Pass. Yes. I said that one and Dead Cells are probably like my two so far that I would recommend to you specifically. Tetris Effect is a really, really cool version of Tetris that has a lot of great music and interesting mechanics where the music plays back into the playing of Tetris. When you drop pieces, they make sound effects and it goes to the music, and you kind of get this feel of, well, the thing is literally called Tetris Effect. It's an actual phenomenon that you can Google. It's like essentially this feeling of being in the zone when you're playing Tetris. And they just doubled down on that feeling in a really, really amazing way. And they just do so many cool things with the music, and the soundtrack is just phenomenal. The Last of Us Part 2 is a better game than where it is on this list. I will say that. The Last of Us 2, from a qualitative standpoint, should be way over to the other side. That being said, okay, this is going to get a little personal, but like, this game came out right after the pandemic started. This was like, they delayed it a little bit. I think it was like May or June. So there's the pandemic starting. My mom also passed in July, and she was very sick at the time the game came out. On top of that, this game is exceptionally bleak. Like, I played a little bit in June, and I just had to put it down. Like, I've never had to put down a game for being so bleak. And this is, even without the pandemic, even without all the other stuff I said, this game was just bleak enough that it was emotionally tiring for me to play, which is something I commend it for. I think that's incredible, and there is no planet where I wish it didn't do that. More games need to make people feel bad, in my opinion. That being said, it was a very, very just hard play for me to play through. So I would just like get through a section and be like, okay, get through a section. And you know what? I might even be exaggerating a little bit because it wasn't until there's a very specific part of the game where you play as one character, then you play as another character, then you have to play as another character. And it was on that third transition, the motivation for the character that you're playing as was so objectively bad. Like, I get what they were saying with it, and I get why they did it, and it makes a lot of sense, like, how it played out that way, but I just didn't want to play as that character. It made me so upset. I'm like, why are we even doing this? I was just like, I was practically rooting for the enemies to just murder me at that point. I was like, I want this character to die. I have very little, like, empathy for this character. I just want this to be over. So that's why Last of Us Part 2 is where it's at. BioShock 2. Ironically, I like this more than the first BioShock, I think. Why that is, I can't really put it into words right now, just because it's been a while since I played BioShock 2. But when I see those games in the list, I'm always like, oh, I should probably replay 2 over 1. Also, Minerva's Den is some fantastic DLC. Heavy Rain has a lot of memeable moments, but overall, I really liked what they were going for. I liked the choices, even though people are like, oh, well, it's not really a choice. You always end up at the same ending. Yes, but people, and this is my issue with a lot of people's complaints about these type of games. It's like, it's about the journey. It's not about, of course, like once you what's it called, pull back the curtain, of course you can see all of the wires and just, oh, of course, blah, 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 and like, this leads to this. But you're doing it to yourself. You don't have to replay these games. Like, if I replayed any game that many times, of course I could see all the strings and stuff like that. Shout out to Pokemon Trading Card Game. It's a solid game. But yeah, I really enjoyed Heavy Rain, even with the JSON and all that other stuff. The Walking Dead, I should probably specify which Walking Dead I'm talking about. Let me see if I can. Telltale. This is a narrative Life is Strange-esque. Actually, it's unfair to call this Life is Strange-esque. This came out before Life is Strange. But this started the whole, like, narrative adventure. Not started, but, like, popularized the new era of those games. And they do have a lot of really interesting moral quandaries. Lee Everett was a really cool character, as well as Clementine. I think they're original for the game, so I've never actually watched Walking Dead. Which is another cool thing. And that's also why I can tell, like, this and Middle-earth. Like, I can tell they're good games because I have no attachment to the original IP. And they're still on here. DDR Max is actually on this list. It is in the 225 to 250 range, but this is the DDR game for PS2 that I had. So DDR did get some representation, as well as Dance Central. Kirby 64, The Crystal Shards. Very interesting 2D, 3D type of game where you have Kirby, and Kirby's always had his ability to, you know, suck in an enemy and absorb their powers. But the thing about this is you can absorb one power, then you absorb another power, and then you can combine them. Which, to my knowledge, I don't know if any other Kirby since then has done that. But it was just this very interesting mix and match thing. Some powers were required to, like, unlock secret areas of the game. So it encouraged you as a player to like play around and just test out new combinations and stuff. What about so Tony Hawk's Underground didn't make it, but Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 4 made it, as well as Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1+2. Kirby 64 is an amazing Kirby game. There's actually a surprising amount of Kirby on this list. I think 1, 2... I think there's 4 Kirby games, which is not what I was expecting at all. I'm not gonna lie. Tony Hawk's Underground's okay. It has some fundamental problems. I think... Okay, so I'll go on to a small tangent about Tony Hawk's, post-Tony Hawk's, like, Pro Skater 4. It started doing too much. So, every Tony Hawk, and granted, Underground was really cool, but you start getting into these filler characters, you start getting into, like, Bam Margera and all of his shenanigans. It was really cool. It was the first game where you could take a picture with your iToy, and you could take a picture with your iToy, upload it to some weird website, and be like, okay, we're going to look at your face, and then we're going to let you download your face into Underground. That was pretty cool. That being said, it's not part of my top 100. You know what? Now, out of curiosity, you're going to make me look up what I actually have Tony Hawk's Underground rated as in my collection thing. PlayStation 2. Underground. I gave it an 8. That seems reasonable. Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 4 has a 9. And it is all the way over here. So, oh no, you're not interrupting anything. The whole point of this is for you guys to comment, tell me how bad my opinions are. I don't care. Orange Box is a little bit cheating. It's got Portal. It's got Half-Life 2. Portal's a great game. Half-Life 2 is a great game. Honestly, it should probably be higher, but I'm not going to overthink it at this point. Fall Guys is just a lot of fun. A lot of people can't get over it. It's like, oh, well, it plays bad. Well, it's kind of the point that the physics are a little bit different than your traditional thing. And you have to remember that all the other players are dealing with the exact same physics that you are. And the variety of levels for these, like, knockout stages, it's very diverse. It keeps it original and also skill-based. A lot of people are like, oh, it's just random luck, but it really isn't. Because me and my friend Trunks, who often streams, we can win I don't want to say a vast majority of games, but we can get our wins in Fall Guys. Kingdom Hearts is just a classic game. It's definitely janky with its camera at times, but it's very endearing. Tells a really interesting story, if not convoluted. Kingdom Hearts 1 isn't convoluted. Kingdom Hearts 1 is actually very, very simple to follow. It does a very interesting thing in melding these Disney worlds and interspersing Final Fantasy characters, its own original characters, and still creating a cohesive narrative at the end of it, with good gameplay overall. I actually haven't played Crystal Chronicles. Multiplayer Final Fantasy isn't really my thing, if I'm being frank. Red Dead Redemption 2. I wish I remembered a little bit more about this game because I feel like it could be higher. What I can tell you is it has a great art style. The pacing's really good. It might go on a little bit too long for its own good, but it does a very good job setting up Arthur Morgan as a character. Or is Arthur Morgan the first game? Red Dead. I'm pretty sure Arthur Morgan is Red Dead 2. Yeah. So it sets up Arthur Morgan, Dutch, and his descent into kind of insanity, madness. Small spoiler alert, but spoilers for Red Dead Redemption 2. But just really creating this community in the sense of your journey throughout this very open world with this group of people. I think it just did an incredible job there. It also probably had the best ending of all time. Like, of any video game, I think Red Dead Redemption 2, like, that one left me in pieces. Crystal Chronicles is solo, too. I might have to check it out. All right, we are at Unranked Tier 1, so we're getting pretty close. Hopefully, within the next 30 minutes, we can get through these next group of games. Detroit Become Human. Somewhat problematic game, but like Heavy Rain, it's a lot of fun. I love the whole interweaving narrative choices there. Huge fan of most of the storyline, so playing as Kara was a lot of fun. And playing as the cop, Connor, a lot of fun. Didn't like the third dude that much, but it is what it is. Also, like, I don't want to say introduce a lot of moral dilemmas, but like, they brought up some interesting points. Hotline Miami is just a pure, like, fever dream. Mango, if you like Vampire Survivors and don't want a game that's going to completely consume your life, play Hotline Miami. You should play Hotline Miami. Just very colorful, trippy, a lot of fun. Just a pure video game right there. 50 Cent Blood on the Sand. You might want to check out stream 1 for me to just rant about this game. What if you took Gears of War, extracted everything, like, condensed it to all that makes Gears of War fun, put it in an arcade setting, make it about 50 Cent and G-Unit, have a 50 Cent exclusive soundtrack, have a button dedicated to making 50 Cent and G-Unit cuss and taunt and telling the enemies that they're going to end their entire effing generation. 50 Cent Blood on the Sand. I really wish I could put it higher. I really wanted to get it in the top 100. But, God, if you have any way of playing 50 Cent Blood on the Sand, play that game. Play that game. Gosh. 50 hit that big ramp. Oh my God. Okay, I'm going to just recap what I was telling Larry like 2 streams ago. The premise of that game is 50 Cent and G-Unit are playing a concert in the Middle East. And an unnamed location in the Middle East. They played a concert, and the person that like recruited them for the concert is like, hey, you guys did awesome, but we can't pay you in money. But what if we gave you this diamond encrusted skull? And 50's like, pulls the Glock out to said dude's head. What are you talking about? And then the skull gets immediately taken by some random lady. And then 50's like, I got to get that skull back. And that's the entire plot of that game. Incredible. Incredible. Moving on to our next related game, Firewatch. It's about being a ranger at a park. Very narrative focused and immersive. Just like, you sit at a radio tower and kind of like watch over this park over a couple days, and then weird stuff starts happening. The narrative's very interesting, and you kind of get very engrossed in your main character and some of the interactions with the other park rangers and stuff like that. Papers, Please is a unique game where you are running an immigration booth in, I would like to say, like, roughly World War II era, like, Russia, I'd like to say. I can't remember. It's not technically Russia. It's like not Russia. And you're having to check all these passports to make sure all the credentials like line up, and you're either stamping people to go through or not. And without saying too much, you end up hitting these moral dilemmas of like, well, I could send this person back, but like the rest of their family's over here, but I need to feed my family, and if I get any marks against me, that's going to go against my paycheck. So it's a really cool game. Crimson Skies, High Road to Revenge. I skipped over that on accident. one of the best experiences I had on Xbox Live. It was just a lot of fun flying around. It was almost like if you had a multiplayer version of Star Fox, it just worked. Astro's Playroom. Free game for the PS5 that came with everybody's. A lot of people looked over it just because they're like, oh, it's a kid's game, but has some of the best platforming that I've ever seen, like 3D platforming. It's also incredible how it uses the PS5 controller. In fact, I'm willing to say that it's the best use of the PS5 controller that I've experienced up to this point. And just some of the cool stuff that it does, like you're rolling a ball through sand and you can feel it on the controller. It's also an incredible game to speedrun and just like try to get your personal best times. A lot of replayability there. Sorry, my screen went dark for a second. I've never heard this K-Flay song, but I like it. Mario Kart 8. I would say this is like the most refined Mario Kart. A lot of great tracks. The mechanics are all solid. It runs right like a dream. Everybody knows what Mario Kart 8 is. I'm not going to talk too much about it. Persona 4 is a lot of fun. It was a game that got me into Shin Megami Tensei in general. You play as all these teenagers, which I know that's a huge JRPG trope, but it's pretty much adult Pokemon. So you have your main character, and he has essentially the wild card persona, which allows him to recruit enemies that you fought. So he's got like, let's say 7 or 8 different personas, which all have their own different like fire, ice, whatever abilities. And then you also have a team, and each teammate's dedicated to like one specific thing. So you have like Chie, who is ice, and Yukiko, who's fire. I'd like to say Kanji is like electric. And it's just like this really cool adult Pokemon game that has the difficulty that a lot of people want from Pokemon, but don't get it from Pokemon. It also has this very interesting mechanic of like, it's a 2-tiered game. So you're in school, you're in literal school during the daytime, and then after school is when you go into the dungeon. During the daytime phase, you're establishing social links with all these other people around the town. So like your other teammates, maybe a teacher, stuff like that. And the further you up that social link, the stronger your certain arcana is when you go into battle. And the social links are actually really interesting, where you're talking to these people and realizing, oh, well, these are actual people that have actual problems, and you're trying to like work through the problems with them and see their personal growth throughout the course of the story. Just a really cool game. SOCOM US Navy SEALs. That was perhaps my first online experience. And it was just a lot of fun and got me into round-based shooters. So in SOCOM, you'd have like maybe 3 rounds of work, or 3 rounds of matches. And each match, it'd be like 6-on-6. But when you died, you were just done. So there was no respawn. It's just, okay, I'm going to do as much as I can for my team. If I die, then I've just got to sit and kind of wait and kind of observe. And that tension, there's a tension to the consequence of dying in that game that you don't get from a respawn shooter where, you know, I can just run out and die as many times as I want. Here, the player's actually getting punished, which makes every life precious. And it completely changes the way you approach that game. Fire. Did you play Persona? Out of curiosity? Because you would probably like Persona quite a bit. As much as you liked, I believe you said Final Fantasy X was up your alley. Or one of the Final Fantasies, at least. Oh, SOCOM. SOCOM was straight up fire. Yes. DJ Hero. If you know, you know. You have that turntable. The soundtrack is absolute fire. I have nothing bad to say about that game. It's just a lot of fun. I think it might have had the Guitar Hero 1 problem where it demanded a little bit too much precision from the player. So you would like drop combos that maybe you deserved to drop, but it never felt like you deserved to drop them. Wii Sports, this was a game I didn't appreciate at launch, but the more time goes on, the more I realize how special Wii Sports was, like, not only for me, but for the entire, really for the planet. I hate being that dramatic about it, but if there was one game on this list that probably affected the planet, it was Wii Sports. That was a game where I remember, my memory's actually not that great, believe it or not, but I remember getting my Wii launch day, and I plugged it in, and I was playing Zelda Twilight Princess, because of course everybody that got a Wii launch day was like, okay, I need to play Zelda Twilight Princess. And my parents were watching me. I think it was specifically my mom. She's like, oh, well, this looks kind of cool. You're doing stuff with like the motion, but you know, it's like a game that I'd never played. And I was like, well, it does come with this free game called Wii Sports. And I put it in, and then my mom was super big into wrestling and just like all that stuff. And she was also like the funniest person for any type of like motion-based game. So anything where you were moving, she was like the most dramatic thing. And I remember us doing the boxing, and she's just like literally just flailing at the screen nonstop. And that and tennis. And she would just really get into it in a way where, you know, anybody that's played the Wii knows that you only have to just do like that or that, something very, very subtle to make anything move. But she 100% just put 100% into every single thing. So, and she would start like panting and sweating and just, you know, just, it was crazy. And beyond that, looking back at Wii Sports now, just think of all the family events. Maybe you guys didn't have this, but I went to a lot of friends' house during Thanksgiving and different holidays, and the Wii was like the one time where people were like playing video games. And when I say people playing video games, I mean like everybody. Like you'd have your uncle playing Wii Sports, you'd have your like grandmother playing Wii Tennis or something like that. Yeah, so that, I remember I was at Thanksgiving or Christmas at a friend's house, and I'd like to say it was like some mom was boxing or something, and their kid was right in front of them, and they were just like, what? And then you just hear the Wii remote go, poof. And I was like, oh God. And everybody's like, you see, everybody's just looking at this kid with his hands like this. I mean, that's probably not a funny story in retrospect, but at the time, it wasn't funny, but now it's funny. You can look back at it now. Yeah, that was one of those things where, like, just the memories I have with my mom and Wii Sports, like, that solidifies it being where it is on the list for sure. Banjo-Kazooie is just a fantastic 3D platformer. I know a lot of people would like to see it higher, and I get that. The only thing that's really holding back Banjo-Kazooie in my eyes, I don't really like the humor of Banjo-Kazooie. Like, it's fine, but it's also a little bit too childish in my opinion for where it probably should have been. It should have been like one of those Disney Pixar things where it could be appreciated on both levels. I didn't really get that from it. And then just, it's the common rare problem with like just the sheer amount of stuff to collect. So that's why it is where it is. It Takes Two. I played this last year with my friend Jogabad on stream. We had so much fun. From a quality standpoint, it's just one of the most refined video games I've ever played. The amount of mechanics that every single thing has, like every single level has a different mechanic. And 2 or 3 of the probably 70 plus mechanics in that game. Like, if you took 2 or 3 of those, you could have made a full, like, 5 or 6 hour game about it. That being said, they stuck like 70 plus solid mechanics into this single game. Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3. A lot of fun, just a lot of crazy characters, very fast paced, very unbalanced in a lot of ways, but it's just a ton of fun to play with, even with how unbalanced it is. MK9 is my favorite Mortal Kombat. They just did a fantastic job rebooting the series. They remain faithful to the core essence of most of the characters, but also gave them some depth that they didn't have before, in my opinion. And it was just a lot of fun to play. The original Smash Brothers. I'm trying to think about how to even talk about this. It started a phenomenon. There was no fighting game like it. And it's simple, but there's still a lot of fun to be had there. A lot of replayability. The roster was crazy at the time. There's nothing like it. There's nothing like the original Smash. Metal Gear Solid 2 and 4. This is an interesting one because if you ask me on a random day what my favorite 2 Metal Gears are, I would say 2 and 4. That being said, the original Metal Gear Solid and Metal Gear Solid 5 are ranked higher right now. These games are more heavily focused onto the narrative aspect of Metal Gear Solid, so a lot of storytelling to be told, a lot of Easter eggs, a lot of references. The stealth mechanics are just, a lot of fun to play with. 2, you play as Raiden, which is this very interesting thing where it subverts the player's expectations. A little bit of history on that game. Before they launched it, all the promotional trailers and stuff had Solid Snake as the main playable character. But then, like, once you got into the game, roughly 90 minutes in, you're playing as this dude named Raiden, and it's like, what the heck is going on? And Raiden is a very different character than Solid Snake. So a lot of people hated that. I love the fact that they completely just subverted player expectations. Saw a video on DK64 a few weeks back on how it killed those collection type games for sheer amount of things to get. Yes. Ooh, DK64 is like, I think that is considered like the actual, like, not pinnacle, but that was like the critical mass point for those type of games where you literally had bananas, character specific bananas that you had to collect. As Larry says, it's a game. Oh wait, I also missed some stuff. My best memory is they had this McDonald's in Columbus, Georgia. Go to McDonald's for Smash. That's interesting. Smash. The original Smash also had one of the best commercials. If you have not seen the original commercial for Super Smash Bros. 64, check it out. Legend of Zelda: Link to the Past. I have nothing bad to say about that game. It's one of the most solid Zelda games out there. Does the whole ocarina thing of having like a light world and, well, essentially 2 different instances of the same world that you have to travel between. So it set up that precedent for Ocarina of Time in a lot of ways. Smash Brothers Brawl gets a lot of disrespect because it has tripping and a couple other quote-unquote non-competitive friendly mechanics. That being said, it's a lot of fun. I really like the Subspace Emissary mode, and I think that is the best single-player mode so far in a Smash game. And really wish that Ultimate had something like that. Kind Words I spoke about in a previous stream. It's a game it's not really a game. You essentially get letters from random people that are also playing the game. They tell you about their day. They tell you about issues with their life. And you write them letters, hopefully positive, encouraging things. And you also have that vibe of like that lo-fi beats YouTube playlist with the girl with the headphones that's just kind of like writing a paper in the rain. That type of music's playing, and it's just a really wholesome experience. And of all the games on the list, this is the one that made me feel like I'm impacting somebody else's life for the better the most. So definitely check that one out. Already on my list. Sickening. The Darkness 2. I'd like to say that the Darkness series is based on a comic. And I know nothing of the comic, but this game's a lot of fun. You get these shadow tentacle like arm things, and you can just like grab enemies and throw them, and you can like just do a lot of really cool stuff. Third person action, a lot of fun, really cool 3D cell shaded art style. Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Justice for All. This is Ace Attorney 2. Slightly worse than 1 and 3, but still a solid overall game. And it also has my favorite Phoenix Wright case from the entire series, so had to be on here. We'll talk about Phoenix Wright a little bit later. Spider-Man 2, this is the PS2 game because Spider-Man 2 PS5 hasn't been released yet. I didn't get into this until really, really late. This was after Spider-Man PS4, so I don't have nostalgia to even speak about with this one. But I think this was the first open world superhero game where you could just swing around New York or Manhattan or wherever it was, and the mechanics really good. Arguably, some people would say it's better than the Spider-Man PS4 as far as swinging. I don't know if I'd go that far, but it definitely did a lot right. Also, another K-Flay song started playing, so. Okay. All right, 100 to 125. Let's roll through this in the next 15 minutes so we can start ranking stuff. Infamous Second Son, also known as the worst Infamous to a lot of people. This is my favorite Infamous. Those people are wrong. This game does a lot of really cool stuff, has the most unique powers. You get one called Neon, where you're just like going super speed and leaving this like literal neon, multicolored neon trail behind you. I really like the main character. I'd like to say his name is Delsin. And played through it like 3 or 4 times. Just a lot of fun. Metroid Fusion. Kind of the pinnacle of 2D Metroid, aside from Super Metroid itself. Which is saying a lot. I'm trying to think about what else I could say about Metroid Fusion. Having Samus, it's not Dark Samus, but SARSX or whatever it was called, hunt you down was really cool and terrifying, where you actually had these kind of like stealth sequences where Samus is a really, really powerful bounty hunter, but she's having to hide from this thing as she's getting her powers back. And it was just a really interesting like dichotomy seeing that happen. Did watch someone else play Infamous Second Son. Super cool game. It's definitely cool, and I would say so probably worth playing. Mega Man 1, still worth playing in 2025. And I'm actually doing this wrong. I'm doing this wrong. Now that we're in the ranked section, we're going to go from the bottom to the top. So ignore what I just said about Metroid Fusion and Infamous. Sonic Adventure 2 Battle. It's not, from a qualitative standpoint, a great game. It's still a good game. I think it's a solid like 7.58, but I have a lot of fun with it. Once you understand how the game plays, a lot of the flaws that it has can kind of be overcome just through like muscle memory and just knowing what to expect from the game. What else can I say about it? I really like the sense of speed. The whole emblem system's really cool, and having like 5 different challenges per level. A lot of fun. This also had the refined version of the Chao Garden, which I'm not a fan of the Chao, but it still is a really cool mechanic. original Ratchet and Clank is just a game of pure bliss. And in a lot of ways, I feel like it changed the industry, because this was one of those games where it's a third-person game, but you're using a lot of guns. But these guns are so unique and creative and, you know, unlike any other shooter that you've seen up until now. And the thing about this one is, unfortunately, I can't name specifically what guns were in the original Ratchet and Clank, because they, honestly, a lot of those guns, one, got reused, two, they kind of blend together. But like a gun that can turn enemies into like sheep, or like this Echo shotgun gun, you know, it's just a lot of really cool stuff. The platforming's solid, just a lot of fun. Phantom Dust is a like multiplayer. What if you took a Pokemon S system, like Pokemon Red, Blue, Yellow, made it 3D and in real time, like everybody wanted from Pokemon Stadium, where you can like move around and like choose your attacks, but then also make it multiplayer at the same time. So Phantom Dust is a card-based system where you have a deck and you're going through your deck trying to get your attacks, get your energy cards and stuff like that. You find like the moves that you want, and then you start going out and start attacking your enemies. And you have 1-on-1 and 2-on-2. So it is literally like setting a precedent for Pokemon years before Pokemon even got into like all that junk. It was crazy. And if you were there, man, that was such a good time to be online. The original Shenmue. I'm actually surprised this is as high as it is. But that's not to say that I dislike this game at all. It's a really cool game. There's nothing like it. There's a whole day-night system that, as you will come to find out, I'm a sucker for day and night systems in video games, where essentially this guy named Lan Di comes into your father's dojo, murders your father, and as Ryo, your whole purpose is to hunt down Lan Di. And this was supposed to be a 7-game saga, but due to a lot of reasons, it never ended up, you know, getting out to 7 games. This only takes a little subset of that story, but you end up navigating this very specific part of, I believe it's Japan, but forgive my ignorance if I'm wrong on that. But you're in this very, very intimate, insular town with these people that you interact with, and they just have so many things to say, and they do repeat stuff eventually, but it's one of those where it's not like you talk to somebody once and then immediately they're going to their, you know, oh, here's what I'm going to be saying for the rest of the game dialogue. And it's this very slice of life anime style game. And it's very homey and just cozy. And there's combat in there, but it's also not like the number one thing. Ryo is learning martial arts, but he's also like, hey, I'm going to be driving a forklift for 5 or 6 days and working this like day shift at this job so I can get money to get on this boat so I can go to wherever to hunt down Lan Di. There's nothing like it. Bayonetta it's a game. A very sexy version of Devil May Cry with a lot of action, a lot of fun, fast-paced things. Bayonetta's a fun character, if not somewhat problematic in some ways, but that game's cool. It's really cool and just makes me smile thinking about it. Grand Theft Auto 5. This is the Grand Theft Auto that made my list. I think it's the best Grand Theft Auto. Playing as Trevor and the other two was a lot of fun. I wish I actually played some of the multiplayer stuff. I would love to do some of those heists. If anybody wants to try some of those online heists with me, let me know and I will re-download this game and play with them. God of War 2018, just a really good refinement and reboot of God of War. Does some very interesting things of like creating this new narrative without completely throwing away the old one. And also it does some really, really incredible stuff with the combat where your back's turned to a problem with a lot of video games is that in a third-person environment, you're not fully aware of your surroundings due to the camera, because you want the camera to be close enough that you can see what's in front of you clearly, but you also don't want it panned out too far, because that causes a lot of issues on its own. So this one does a very masterful job of using audio cues to help the player fight their way through things. Also, seeing Kratos progress as a father and as a character was very interesting. So that's why God of War 2018 made it there. Tomb Raider 2013. Lots of fun. Just a very good reboot. It's a survival story. Kind of ironic that this and God of War are next to each other. I love what they did in both of these cases. I played through Tomb Raider 2013 last year. Maybe it was like beginning of the very end of 2021. But just so much of that game holds up, and just killing anything with an arrow in that game, so much fun. Plague Tale is a game I really wish was in the top 100, but like when I'm really looking at it, I'm like, no, it's not going to make it. Just narrative based. It's got a lot of stealth, beautiful, beautiful art style. The way that it handles rats. So kind of like the main premise of this game is it's in the, I'd like to say roughly 1600s, 1700s. Forgive my ignorance of when the plague happened, but like essentially there's a ton of rats. And this game does this thing where you're just getting swarmed, bombarded by rats, and you have to stay in light places because apparently these rats don't like the light. And it just has some of the coolest technology, and you eventually gain the power to control the rats to some extent. It's just really, really fun. Also, not many games take place during that era, and the originality of the plot is something that I wanted to personally reward a lot. So, if you haven't played Plague Tale, please play Plague Tale. Evil Within 2, open world horror game that's just a lot of fun. I'm not going to go into it more than that. You should probably just check it out. It's nothing like it. I know I've said that phrase at least 10 times in the past hour, but truly speaking, like, as someone who was kind of like mid to lukewarm on Evil Within 1, I was completely sold on Evil Within 2. That might be something we play on stream. I'm going to write that down. Evil Within 2. All right, it's on the list. Gosh, we're getting close. Paper Mario, I talked to it a little bit with Bowser's Inside Story and Super Mario RPG, but this is like the peak Paper Mario interactive RPG game for me. So that's why it's there. A lot of cool characters. I think it's pretty funny overall. Resident Evil 2 Remake is just a solid retelling of Resident Evil 2. I don't have nostalgia for Resident Evil 2. I actually haven't played the original, but they just did so many smart things, and making the knife like breakable and causing you all this anxiety was such a smart move. Doom 2016 is just pure adrenaline and fun. The most fast-paced shooter minus Doom Eternal that I've probably ever played. And it has this perfect balance that rewards you for being aggressive. The entire point of that game is to be aggressive. So you use your ammo, and the easiest way to get back health and ammo is like meleeing enemies. So you're trying to switch between guns to make sure you don't run out of anything. You're trying to melee to get health back. You chainsaw an enemy up close and personal to get ammo. And then you get, I guess you shoot guns to get chainsaw juice. I can't remember how that mechanic works, but it's tiered in a way just like Control was earlier, where I said you had that, sorry, not Control, but Quantum Break, where you're essentially trying to stagger how you're approaching combat to work efficiently. Can't wait to hear what you have to say about Mystical Ninja. Oh my gosh, we're getting there. Kingdom Hearts 2. Just there's something magical about Kingdom Hearts 2 to me. I honestly wanted to put it on the top 100, but as you can know, there can only be 100 games there. This is where Kingdom Hearts started getting super convoluted. That being said, they refined the combat in a lot of really key ways. Adding the forms added a lot of, like, I don't want to say depth, because at the end of the day, it is still a little mashy, but it added a lot of variety to the combat of Kingdom Hearts 1. Organization 13 was a really interesting group of enemies to fight. It had one of the best introductions in multiple ways. Like the CGI intro to Kingdom Hearts 2 was fantastic. And then playing as Roxas and then having that setup phase that was very slow that a couple games have taken since then, I feel like. It was really cool just having this summer vacation and getting this really sad story about this kid who technically doesn't exist. So Kingdom Hearts deserved to be there. Mystical Ninja starring Goemon. If you haven't seen the opening cinematic for this game, check it out. So this is one of those games where I do have to factor in, I don't want to say nostalgia. I mean, nostalgia is a part of it, but like there is a little bit of time and place to this one. A lot of people don't know this, but Mystical Ninja starring Goemon is a 3D Zelda-like, like an Ocarina of Time-like, that came out before Ocarina of Time, which is wild. Like, you're essentially going around Edo, Japan with these 4 characters, completing these quests. There's actually like a cohesion to everything, and it's like, okay, I have to get this power up here, and then I'm gonna have to travel here and unlock this ability with this character. Each one of the characters plays differently, and seeing them power up and kind of like band together, it's a lot of fun. The game's really, really goofy too, and just like probably the most Japan game on this list to a large extent, maybe minus Katamari Damacy. So, yeah, it's great. This is another one of those games where I have to pause the music and just talk about it for a second. This is another 50 Cent Blood on the Sand moment where you have this character called Wise Man that is just this literal wise man that lives in this like pagoda, I think that's what they're called, and he talks to you and he's like, yo, you know that your alter ego Impact, he's doing a movie over in the United States. And like, if you hadn't played the Super Nintendo Goemon, you're like, what is Impact? He's like, oh, don't worry, you can call him with this giant conch that I have, like Conch. And then like moments later, I feel like you walk out of there, his pagoda gets completely like just Dragon Ball Z laser beamed by some giant robot. And then you're like, well, guess I better call Impact. And you have the conch and you're like, woo, woo. And then all of a sudden, you see your character get beamed up Power Ranger style into this giant robot's mouth that looks just like you. And then on top of that, a 90-second robot theme song for this guy that is literally fourth wall breaking, just like talking about how cool the robot is. Like, machine comes alive. Ba 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 da 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 da. Hey! Oh my gosh. If you haven't heard I Am Impact, I wonder if I Am Impact is on Spotify. We might play this thing. If it's on Spotify, I am playing this right now. You know what? I'm just going to be extra and take 2 seconds to we're going to capture this magic. It's going to break my stream for a second. I Am Impact. Okay. Yeah, we're just going to watch this scene because I feel like this is history. Let me, I'm probably going to break something, but it's okay. Window capture. Okay. Oh, that's super zoomed in. That's not going to work. Give me 1 second. Let's try this. Love how we're making this long stream even longer. Yeah. And application capture. All right. I think this should work. Ignore the ad. I hate YouTube. Uh-oh. Yes, it's working. The fact that I remember this so well solidifies that this should be exactly where it is on the list. This is art. This is art. My heart. Oh, it's go time, baby. Dash. Here we go. Start. The machine comes alive. Hey! Break down. And then the kids start singing too? I'm the best. Yes. Impact. That's bars. That's bars. And then you get to play as this robot where he's like going through this crazy stage, tripping on stuff and just, oh, it's so good. It's so good. We can't watch it all. The stream's already going on way too long. Switch back to Spotify. All right. So if anybody has anything to say about Mystical Ninja starring Goemon being like 100 something on this list, come at me. Come at me. 112. Another Metroid 2 remake. This is the only fan unofficial game on here. It's a remake of Metroid 2, and it's super solid. Like, as far as 2D Metroid goes, this is the best playing version of Samus. The problem is Metroid 2 itself is kind of a flawed game. They did the incredible and made this flawed game something fun to play and just so much fun to traverse as Samus. That being said, it's still Metroid 2 at its very, very core. Larry, glad you got to see that. At least I hope you saw some of that Impact stuff. All right. Super Smash Ultimate. It's the best version of Smash. I'm not going to add anything. If you're a Smash person, you understand. Elite Beat Agents. I'm okay with it being over Smash Ultimate. This is a game for the original DS. The little bit of a history lesson here. It used to be called Ouendan when it was in Japan, but due to them thinking that it was a little bit too Japanese, essentially, they recreated it as Elite Beat Agents over here. Well, so you have new characters. The music's completely different because it used to be a Japan-based soundtrack, but now they have like Avril Lavigne, and I think it has Avril Lavigne. I might be making that up. And a couple other songs, like it has September from Earth, Wind, and Fire in there. Just a lot of fun and just tapping to the rhythm of the music. It's just so good and cathartic. Can't believe Smash Ultimate didn't make the top one. Yeah. So, to be fair, Melee did. So, there is a Smash game in the top 100. It's just not Ultimate. Caught some of the Goemon stuff, if that's what you mean. But I am starting Horizon Zero Dawn right now, so I'm in... Okay, no problem. Think Smash lost some points for you after the last... Oh, okay, you want to be like that, huh? Demon Souls is just a fantastic Souls game that kind of started everything. It's different, and a lot of people don't like the bosses in it, but I really do like the puzzle bosses in those games, just because it's kind of like, one, they're palate cleansers, two, it's the problem that I have with Dark Souls 3, which I don't remember talking about Dark Souls 3. Where's Dark Souls 3? Dark Souls 2. Dark Souls 1. Okay, Dark Souls 3 is right there. I was like, wait a second. Honestly, I'm questioning Dark Souls 3 being above Demon Souls. But... So, the thing about Dark Souls 3, I'm okay with it being where it is, because I played Convergence, and that was, if I add that to my experience with Dark Souls 3, it's fine. But yeah, puzzle bosses act as a palate cleanser, and they also, and this is something a lot of gamers don't appreciate, but pacing. Like, pacing is a big thing. You can't just have every boss be like this multi-form behemoth, or like, every boss just can't be like the hardest thing ever. You need a couple of bosses in there that play differently to create a more, what's it called? Not cohesive experience. But when I think of this word, I'm going to feel so proud of myself. It's a better paced experience, essentially. Dark Souls 3, in my opinion, is a great game with very bad pacing, just because everything's always at 9 or 10. It's like, okay, I'm going to this boss that's going to have multi-forms. Going to the next boss that's going to have multi-forms. Plays like a dream. It's a lot of fun. The other problem that I have with Dark Souls 3 and a lot of the modern Souls games is they kind of made roll overpowered. And it's a little bit too fast-paced for its own good, in my opinion. Which I'd feel bad critiquing a game that's this high up on the list, but people are probably wondering why Dark Souls 3 is where it is over, or under Demon Souls and stuff like that. Under Dark Souls 1. But that's why. Dead Space is kind of the pinnacle of space horror. Really cool stuff with the dismemberment mechanic. It's also not overly scary, which I appreciate. I would say this and Resident Evil 4 kind of just embody what I want out of a horror game. And ironically enough, both of those games are getting remade this year. One of them already being out, one of them out in less than a month. Let's go. Witcher 3 Wild Hunt is just an incredible open world with really good storytelling. Geralt is a very interesting character, and all of the crazy people around him, he's crazy himself, so all of them come together and make a really cool story. Mega Man 1 is just the pinnacle of just a traditional 2D platformer that's difficult. A lot of people like Mega Man 2 more, but I personally just prefer 1, and I really like the bosses in that game and the level design. We already went over Fusion, but it goes, goes a long way with its horror aspects. The backtracking's really good. The power upgrades are really good. And the whole process of Samus like absorbing these parasites and getting stronger was just really cool to see. Infamous Second Son, I talked about it earlier. Neon's really cool. And I think I'm going to leave that there. And that leaves us with 100 games. Sorry, I had to hiccup. So, I have top 100 high, top 100 low, and this should be top 100 question mark. And I'm happy with that. So, out of these games, I need to figure out the 33 worst. And actually, before that, let me kind of cheer off some of these. So, I think this will be in the lower half of the high. Aria's Sorrow will probably be somewhere in the lower half of the high. I'll have to think about those. Intergrade might be... I really like Intergrade, though. We'll see. Right now, I'm kind of working off of old memory. I'm like, from the list that I've made just in fun over the years, which ones normally gravitate towards the upper echelon? I think Fury will probably be somewhere around here. Her Story will probably... Mass Effect 2 is really cool. I think Metal Gear Solid 1 and 5 will probably be closer to the middle. I think Mass Effect will probably be closer to the middle. NBA Street Volume 2, as much as I like it. This one... Oof. Oh, that's tough. This one's also really weird because I gave it my game of the year, whatever year that was, over, when did Picross 3D Round 2 come out? It's such a good game, though. 2015. Best games 2015. Witcher 3, Her Story, Undertale, Bloodborne. I gave it over Bloodborne. I gave a couple games over Bloodborne. Bloodborne is one of those games where I came to appreciate it more over time. Dark Souls 2. What else? I don't want to consult my blog to figure out what I gave number 1 there, but... Give me 2 seconds. I actually have it on Giant Bomb. Let's see. Thought I did, but maybe I don't. (2015). November 2015 Game of the Year Awards. Okay, I have to know. This is for my own good. I should probably also, despite me having no time whatsoever, get back into blogging. Okay, I'm a little confused because maybe I didn't get to Picross 3D in the year that it came out, because yeah, I must have missed it. Oh well. I'm not going to spend any more time with it. I'm going to go ahead and put these closer to the mid section. I'll probably put this in the mid. Rayman Origins is really good. Returnal's really, really good. But I'm going to put it in the middle. Sonic Generations is probably closer to the middle. About to drop out for some Z's. It's been fun. Side note, I woke up my wife from laughter. Miss Enterprise. I'll be back to... No problem. It's going to be on YouTube. And also, if you just go to twitch.tv/awakencloud, which is my channel, there will be a archive of it here as well. So if you want to check it out in the morning. But I appreciate you hanging out as long as you did, Numis. And have a good night. Oh, this is getting real tough. Like, none of these games I want to move. This one gets moved. The original Legend of Zelda. And also this one get moved. Which is weird. This is getting real hard. Titanfall 2, Transistor, Trauma Team's probably closer to the middle, as much as I hate to say that. WarioWare's probably high-mid. Super Metroid, probably high-mid. Persona 5, I could also kind of see being mid as well. Peace out. Peace out. So let's see how that stacks up so far. And this is just a reminder, these high, mid, and lows are non-binding. So my goal is to get 33 in each, and then go from there. Some of these are definitely going to move. Dang. Ooh, what happened there? Almost lost the game. That's scary. Uncharted 2. Okay. So, out of these, and just to make it fair, well, I'm going to bucket these, and then I will sort them alphabetically, and then we'll actually work on individual lists. So it's going to be kind of like 3 different ratings. So I don't see 2 Burnouts making the list, and Burnout Revenge is my favorite, so I'm going to go ahead. That might be a little unfair to Burnout 3 Takedown, but we'll see. Oh, bet, this is already alphabetical. So I need to get 1, 2, 3, 4 games off of this list. And that's not to say that something in this column, or even this column, couldn't move all the way over here. I'm going to start maybe locking some of these. Well, if it gets difficult. Both of these are kind of like... I do think if I'm going to put one Donkey Kong on there, it's got to be Tropical Freeze. That being said, I'm going to mark this. Elden Ring. Elden Ring, just because it's new, I will consider moving it. Hades, I would consider moving it. I don't think I... That's kind of weird saying that I'd consider moving it. Between Halo and Halo 2, that's really difficult. Halo 1 has a better campaign. Halo 2 I spent countless hours with. So I kind of want to keep both of them. But we'll see. I feel like I need both of these. Going Commando is just a fantastic game. Resident Evil 4 is not going anywhere. Having 3 Sonics is probably too much. I'm okay moving Sonic the Hedgehog. I'm definitely okay moving Sonic the Hedgehog in retrospect. Star Fox 64, Mario 64, Mario Galaxy. Mario 64 is another one where I could see it going. Ocarina, I could see that potentially going. Titanfall 2 is not going anywhere. Oh, it would hurt me to move Transistor. I really like Transistor. Same thing with Hades. Like, Hades and Transistor are good games. Also, did I do the dumb thing where I didn't actually... Where's Donkey Kong Country? Okay. Cool, I still think I have all the games I need. I'm going to do some quick math. 35, 25, right? 55, 60. So if I have 40 here. Okay, I haven't lost anything. That's good. So, Donkey Kong Country 1. Donkey Kong Country 1. Bloodborne. Oh, man. This is really... I think I'm going to move... I'm going to move Donkey Kong Country. There's no way around it. Has to move at this point. No, Phil. That's got to get moved. I don't feel good moving Hades, but it might have to. Let's see. Marvel's Spider-Man is kind of in the lower echelon, but I still think it deserves to be here. These games could practically be the same game in my mind, so I don't feel good moving either of those. Like, not many games I feel compelled to play almost every year, but I pretty much play either 1, 2, or 3 every single year. I need to move 2. I don't need 2 Supergiant games on this list. I probably don't need 2 Supergiants, and I probably don't need 2... We'll think about this. If anybody has anything to say, I'm willing to hear anything at this point. I don't know if I feel that strongly about Sonic Mania, because I think it... Like, part of me is saying it's the best Sonic game, But another part of me is like, yeah, I think Sonic Mania might be a move. Okay. We've almost got this, to be honest. Like, I got to move one more game. Actually, no, I don't. This is 33 right here. That's 33. That's 1/3. Oh, crap. One of them's going to have 34, though. Oh, that's fine. That's fine. 33, 33, and 34. We'll fix it in post. Okay, so of these games, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 5. I need 5 to pull over here. That's not happening. That's not happening. This should be somewhat ordered already. Cuphead has potential. I'm going to mark that to move up. Prey Moon Crash is a lot of fun. Super Hot plus VR. That one might also... Super Hot's so cool. Larry, have you played Super Hot? Breath of the Wild probably should be in the top 50, if I'm being honest. As many problems as I have with Breath of the Wild, it probably should be up there. Watched a lot. That's right, that's right. I think we talked about that last time. I love Sekiro now, but I don't think it's going to be... Double Dash. Double Dash, I could see making it. I really love Double Dash. Yakuza Zero's fun, but I'm not going to go to bat for it. Mario Tennis, Limbo, Kirby Superstar. Oh man, I have 3 Kirby games all next to each other, and they're all roughly the same quality. I would also like to really reward Unsighted. Unsighted is such a great game that I know nobody has played. And I'm not like, I normally try to not like reward games just because other people haven't played them. That being said, Unsighted is just so good. Unsighted is so good. What's the best Kirby game? I would say Canvas Curse is so good. It's between Canvas Curse and Superstar. Superstar has like 50 billion game modes. So I think if I had to go to bat for one Kirby, it would probably be that one. That being said, I am going to check what I gave Canvas Curse just to make sure I'm not misremembering anything. DS. I gave Kirby Canvas Curse a 9, so okay, maybe. Okay. I got 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll say 5 spots for stuff moving up. Breath of the Wild's really good. Picross 3D also... Since we gave Picross 3D round 2 a spot, I don't feel as passionate about giving Picross 3D a spot. I think Kirby has to move, Double Dash has to move. So we're going to go ahead and move those. Um, 31, 32. I actually have 4 more slots. That makes it easy. 2. Or I have exactly 4 games here. Although, I have opportunities to change my mind later. 1, 2... 3, 4. And let's hope I did my math right. Okay, that's pretty darn close. Did I do that right? 33, 33. How do I have, oh God, do I have 100 and, okay, I was about to freak out. I was like, no, this math doesn't look right. This math looks super wrong. But now it's super right. Okay. All right, so we have 3 buckets for the top 100 games. What I'm going to immediately do is insert a column after. I am moving all of these over. And what I'm going to do is determine what's at the top and what's at the bottom. We're going to sort by alphabet. If I can figure out how to do that. Sort, current selection, column D. Okay. Yep, we're getting pretty close. So I'm just going to do the ones I feel really passionately about, the ones I don't feel passionately about, and then go from there. Nuts and bolts. I'm not sure where that's going to land. I think that's going to be on the lower end of things, but I'm going to hold off. Beat Saber, I'm thinking it's going to be kind of closer to the... Oh, crap. What did I do there? Okay. Beat Saber. I'm going to put it down here. Chrono Trigger is probably going to be in the lower echelon of things, all things considered. Keep talking and nobody explodes. I feel okay putting that down here. So essentially, I should end up with 3 lists of 11. That's my ultimate goal. If I can get 11, 11, and 11, and then sort within that list. This is a computer scientist speaking in me, doing an algorithmic sort right now. Kirby Tilt and Tumble versus Canvas Curse. Ooh, that... Game Boy Color. Man, I really love Tilt and Tumble, though. Like, both of these games are fantastic. We'll keep them together for right now. Limbo, I don't feel as passionately about now. I like that game a lot. Mario Kart DS should be up here. Picross 3D should be up here. Prey Moon Crash should probably be up here. Sekiro should be up here, as well as really all of these. Sifu should be up here. This might be easy. I feel pretty strongly about most of these. Super Hexagon should probably be up there. I'm okay having Yakuza kind of towards the middle. Let's see, I'm jumping too far ahead. Diddy Kong Quest should definitely be up here as well. Okay, so that puts Banjo in mid. I'm just gonna... well, the thing is, I need middle and low. What's low? Vampire Survivors deserves to be high, too. I'm going to have to rethink this. Okay. Gosh. Let me back up a couple steps. I can't just... That was dangerous, what I did. Trying to put all of those together immediately. I feel good about having these in middle. Jungle Beat. Jungle Beat seems mid. God of War 3 seems mid to me. Guitar Hero. Oh, gosh. This is hard. Mega Man Legends, I'm okay having low. I like that game a lot. I like that game a lot. I really like Sifu. I really like Sifu. Oh, boy. I'm okay putting Super Monkey Ball low. I'm okay. If you notice my dialogue, everything's like, I'm okay. I know I don't feel good about any of this. I don't feel good about any of this. I'm okay. Yakuza 0, I'm okay having low. Okay. Let's consolidate. What are the games I want high here? Diddy's Conquest feels like a high to me. Devil May Cry 5 seems kind of like a high. Life is Strange seems like a mid. So I think the thing I need to do is figure out what are the highs. I think Tools of Destruction should be a high. I really like Tools of Destruction. Sayonara Wild Hearts is either high or mid. Sekiro should probably be in the high range, if I'm being honest. Vampire Survivors should probably be in the high. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. So of these four, right there, right there. I have so many memories of Tilt and Tumble and Guitar Hero. I feel like both of these need to be in the high. In this game, especially, it was pivotal. It was a pivotal game. How's it going, Beast? We're doing pretty good. We're getting into the ranking of the top 100. I did a recap of everything up to this point, so now we're just kind of focused, lasering in into this last little bit right here. And I'm feeling pretty good about most of these choices so far. Sly Cooper could probably be... I need to figure out what the high potentials are. So... Oh, okay. I actually need to move some of these. Life is Strange or Life 2. So... I have one more spot in the high section. So between all of these games, which one do I feel most passionately about? Hope you don't mind a shorter pop to... Oh, it's no problem. Thank you for stopping by. This has been a long stream anyway. This is almost 3 hours already. Virtual 5 for Evo is going to be there. Devil May Cry might be the answer here. Let me get the middles out the way. Like, if I can figure out what the middles are, then that's going to limit my choices for the highs. Oh god, what did I do? Canvas Curse, I'm going to put that in middle. I'm not going to think too much about that. God of War is a middle to low. So, Jungle Beat, I don't need at the high side of things. I really like Lara Croft and the Guardian of Light. That being said, I don't think it's going to make it into the highs. So, I'm okay putting it in middle. I don't think Mario Tennis is going to be a high either. Then again, I'm not quite ready to get rid of it. Soul Calibur is such a great game. Always a pleasure to see you. Going to pass out. Have a good night. I think it's got to be Soul Calibur, Tony Hawk, let me look through these again. I think I'm okay actually moving Moon Crash to middle. Moon Crash is really cool. But it does have a couple issues here and there. So that opens up a spot. Across 3D. Oh, let's see. So I got 2 slots for the top third of these, essentially. Do I think Devil May Cry 5 is better than Life is Strange? This is such a dumb thing to do. Is Devil May Cry 5 better? What am I even saying? But I might think that Devil May Cry 5 is a little bit better than Life is Strange, so that by default puts that in mid. Gosh, I love both of these games so much. I do think both of these are better than Mario Tennis, maybe. Dead or Alive 2 and Mario Tennis are pretty much at the same quality rating for me. Rayman Jungle Run is great. Sifu also great, which I would say Sifu is better than these two. Just better, just slightly. Sly Cooper is a great game. This is another one where I'm going to reference my old list, or my old rankings of things. Watch me have like a 7. No, I have a 10 next to Sly Cooper. Sly Cooper, I feel good about that. Oh, Soul Calibur. It's real good. I think Soul Calibur is probably better than Devil May Cry 5. I'm okay having Super Hexagon below. Maybe below DOA 2, but not below Mario Tennis. And then Tony Hawk's the one that's really messing me up. I think we're almost there though. This was actually a very good strat for figuring this stuff out. Sly Cooper and then Soul Calibur, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater. or Devil May Cry. I think we're gonna go with Tony Hawk Pro Skater. Because personally, I just spent so much time with those two. And that did get me into a genre of game that I'm not familiar with or accustomed to playing. Okay, so what we're going to do, those are upper mid, those are lower mid. Now I'm going to just spend a couple seconds sorting through here. These are in place. I'm not going to move those. Mario Kart DS is great. I think I'd slightly take it over Picross 3D. Okay. Let's copy and paste these out. Okay. Actually, I'm just going to work my way down and up. I think Guitar Hero is okay where it's at. Kirby Tilt and Tumble. Actually, I really like Sayonara Wild Hearts a lot. Do I want to play Kirby Tilt and Tumble or Sayonara Wild Hearts right now? I have an equal desire to play both here. Going in reverse, screw it. Oh God, that didn't copy like I expected. There. There. All right. I really like Tools of Destruction. Also, I really like all of these games. Plot twist. God. Back. How's the list looking? We're doing pretty good. We've almost got the bottom third set up. Like, everything's in place for the most part. Vampire Survivor is a fantastic... It's a lot more addicting than it is good, but I'm not going to hold that against it. This game consumed my life for a good while. I'm going to move Picross down. Ratchet's in the upper echelon of this. It's either going to be like 1 or 2, I feel like. Vampire Survivors or Sekiro. This is so hard. Like this, there is literally not a bigger gap between two games. One is a 100% skill-based, like high response reactive game, while Vampire Survivors is one of those clicker games, essentially, where you're just literally moving your character and letting it play itself. Which, it might be art to put both of these next to each other. Just because Vampire Survivors surprised me as much as it did, I'm going to give it the slight nod. I think Diddy's Conquest is good here. Let's go Ratchet. Let's get Ratchet. And then Mario Kart DS. All right. So, we've got some ranked games right here. Like I said, most of this is already kind of in order. I'm going to slowly work my way from the bottom up. So, oh gosh, Beat Saber should be right here. Right? I should go 1 up from where I'm currently at. There. Chrono Trigger or Keep Talking and Nobody Explodes. I think I've got to give this edge to Chrono Trigger. Also, making a lot of copy-paste errors right now, so hopefully nothing comes back to bite me. Oh gosh, this is rough. I like this game a lot, but at the same time, I'm okay with it being a little bit lower. Never played Chrono Trigger, but the music on... Yes, it has that one track that everybody loves. Something of Time. So good. There's actually a album you should check out, Larry, called Chrono Jigga, which is... somebody essentially combined Chrono Trigger music with Jay-Z stuff and did like a mashup album, and it is fantastic. Limbo, as time goes on, I'm a little bit less fond of it. That being said, it's still a great game. I think I'm actually going to move it in Virtual Fighter 4 Evo. That's not something I thought I would learn today. It's pretty good. Let me see if I can Oh, turns out that it might be on here. Might be on Spotify. Actually, no, it's not. Darn it. All right. Now I got to start thinking about the stuff I'm overrating. I really like Yakuza 0, but I don't think it needs to be super high up. I think just by it being on the list, that's probably good enough for it. Ugh. I feel okay putting Chrono Trigger roughly in the same spot as these three games. I think this is the next like clump of games. Really, I would say it's these five. Then move Life is Strange up to here. Okay. But I also didn't think I would buy a PS5 today. Any impetus? Was it just there and you're like, oh, it's the first time I've seen one of these in the wild. Gotta get it. Not that I'm judging if you did impulse buy it. Mega Man Legends is so good. I feel like I need to reward it for being good. I'm okay putting Prey here. Prey. And Lara Croft right here. Chrono Trigger just keeps going up. I think its luck just ran out, though. Unless I really see something where I'm like, what am I doing? I think Chrono Trigger's okay here. Mega Man Legends and Super Monkey Ball. Actually, Super Monkey Ball's probably right above that. Two similar games right next to each other. Super Monkey Ball, Banana Mania, and God of War 3. Let's see. Dude, I woke up and had a notification from Target saying they had some with the Ragnarok bundles. Reminder myself, I need to play Ragnarok. Gosh. I think I bought Ragnarok, but I could be wrong. I might not have. I think I got Forbidden West, and I haven't played it. And Last of Us Remake, and I haven't played it. Clicked on it, and it said it had one left. I had enough money in my account to drop like $600, so I did. Get paid on Tuesday, so thank God. And I bought the beautiful purple controller. Oh, snap. Don't know if you know this about me, but purple is actually my favorite controller. Or favorite color. Let's see. All right, we're getting real close. Canvas Curse. I'm gonna, just because I don't remember as much as I should about Canvas Curse, I'm gonna give Life is Strange a slight nod there. Modern Warfare seems fine here. I'm not gonna. Yeah. Nuts and Bolts has gotten lucky. That was originally game 101 at some point, but somehow it, as it has managed to do with my entire life, just sneak up on me in a weird way. Orange is my favorite color, no biggie. Purple's just such a good color. PS5 controllers. Yeah, the DualSenses are pretty cool. Also, don't know if you've noticed it, but it has like a texture to it where they have like the shapes on the PlayStation controller on the back. It's very subtle. And I think the console itself has the same thing if you look at the faceplates. Mario Tennis. Oh, I will give the slight edge to Mario Tennis over Super Hexagon. Super Hexagon, if you have not played Super Hexagon, addicting game for the phone. 10 out of 10 would recommend. I have to take a look at that next time. Dead or Alive Ultimate did pretty well for itself. In fact, I'm going to even give it the edge over Sifu. No, I'm not. Sifu's where it needs to be. Sifu is a game that everybody should play. I think Stars would really, really love Sifu if she gave it a chance. For sure. Rayman Jungle Run is just a really good runner. Devil May Cry 5 may need to move up, but for right now, we're keeping it where it is. I had to stop playing because I'm exhausted and I don't want to be completely dead tomorrow. I feel that. Oh, what are the highlights? So I actually need to kind of get rid of these. These were games that were subject to move to a different list or like a different tier. So I can go ahead and get rid of those. So now we have... Uh-oh. Oh God, what did I just do? Okay, this is fine. I'm going to move this over one. This is pretty much locked as far as I'm concerned. There might be a little bit of seepage between the top of this and the bottom of this. We'll see. Oh, I guess the easiest way is asking myself, like, is Mario Kart DS better than any of these games? I don't think so. It's roughly equivalent to Double Dash. These are fractions of a point we're talking about at this point, too, so it's kind of getting crazy. Okay. So now we just have to do it again. 11 low, middle, and high. I'm okay with these just being low, so I'm just going to keep them where they are. I feel like Sonic Mania should probably be closer to the high side of things. I feel like I kind of did it dirty, to be frank. In fact, these were the ones that got booted from the high side of things. Now it's getting crazy, yeah. This is the true, like, my babies type thing. Zelda probably should be low, admittedly. The more I think I love the concept of this game more than I actually think it's good. There's just... This was the progenitor to Breath of the Wild. And ironically, I right now have it rated higher than Breath of the Wild, which I don't think will be the case once we're done here. That being said, it's incredible. Returnal should probably be high. Picross round 2 should probably be high. Like, as high as I rated that thing. In fact, I'm going to go back to my blog. I used to have a blog where I used to do top 10s per year. And I remember this game very explicitly winning my 2016 Game of the Year. Or at least one of the Game of the Years, because one of my friends, he's like, what do you mean this game was the best Game of the Year over whatever else I gave it to? This is kind of cheating looking at this stuff, but for my 2017 game, maybe it came out in the US in 2017, and maybe that's why I'm confusing myself. Wikipedia page. It released in North America in 2016. My whole thing's a sham. What year did Titanfall 2 come out? Wait, no, this is 2016. Okay. I was freaking out for a second. Okay. Don't like caramel except in Twit. Can we be friends? I don't think I love anything more than caramel. Let's think about this. I kind of feel okay moving Aria Sorrow to middle. This is going to be easiest if I figure out what's in high for this specific list. I really like Intergrade. I don't necessarily need it in high. Although I'm not... In fact, maybe I do need it in high. I think Intergrade probably deserves to be in high. Oh, and then Caramel Creams, Bullseye. Those are the only... Oh, man. See, that's the caramel I don't like. If you're talking about, like, those candies with the little, like, spot... Because when I think caramel, a caramel cookie, like chocolate chip caramel, that's top tier. Milky Way is my favorite candy bar. That type of thing. NBA Street Volume 2 can be in the lower end of things. Okay. Metal Gear Solid 1 can be in the lower end of things. Well, middle lower. I'll put it right there. I need to focus and figure out my highs. I need 1, 2, 3, 4 more games for high. It's not going to be Gravity Rush. Assassin's Creed has potential. I just got to move the stuff that has potential up. Everything else can go down. As much as I like Fury, I don't... It's got some jank to it. So... Returnal's really cool. It could go up there. Melee. Man, Melee is so good. Wind Waker should be up here somewhere. It's in the upper middle. I like caramel that does not taste like caramel. And yeah, they totally are different caramels, for sure. I don't like those caramel candies, like the hard candies. Those, I just don't even like thinking about those, to be honest. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I need to move 3 of these up and 3 of them down. Oh my god, okay. Paste. It's so easy to know which of these is middle. It's just difficult figuring out what are the highs. That's the middle, that's the middle. That's kind of inching towards high. WarioWare is fantastic. Trauma Team is probably closer to high, but I'm not willing to say that definitively just yet. I also feel like a Pokemon probably needs to be up there. New Super Mario Brothers definitely needs to be in high. All right. Gosh. That's old lady. Yes, it 100% is. That type of candy you get on Halloween and you're kind of like side-eyeing the person like, you just did that? Like, what? Why would you do that? Okay. Back to thinking. Fury, Her Story, Gravity Rush. Now, this is something I'm struggling with right here. The Pokemon games. I feel like Gold, Silver, and Crystal is the definitive one. I love Red, Blue, and Yellow a lot, but... Okay. I'm moving these up. Moving these down. Okay. So, we're almost down to our 3 groups. I have 2 of these games that I need to move over here. If you eat too many, you become a 90-year-old woman. You forgot with the walker. All right. I really like the original Metal Gear Solid. I'd prefer it to be closer to the middle. Same with Super Metroid. Aria of Sorrow, I would prefer that to be closer to the middle. Since we already have a Pokemon, I'm kind of okay saying Red, Blue, and Yellow is on the lower upper end here. Her Story. Larry, have you played Her Story? That's a really interesting game that I don't know if you'd like it, but gosh, I love Her Story. And just the narrative things it does. Gosh. It's above Fury for me. It's also above Gravity Rush for me. I'm kind of okay having these be on the lower end of things. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So 2 of these games have to move. So here's the thing. A couple years ago, Assassin's Creed 2 in my mind was like a top 20 game. But I'm not passionate about it anymore. And I think the right call for me right now, because if I'm thinking about what games do I want to play, Assassin's Creed 2 would be like here. All right. And I just need one more for low, and then I just got to figure out my highs, and then sort the middle. 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, one low, one high. So of these games, which one's the best and which one's the worst? This is almost indiscernible for me. Both of these games are classics. They're both great in their own way. Both also have better games further up in the list. So Remake, Intergrade, New Super Mario, Pokemon. Phantom Pain is such an incredible game. What's the gas for? Phantom Pain is such an incredible game for a number of reasons. It's this open world sandbox that does the Breath of the Wild thing better than Breath of the Wild, where like everything is just interconnected in a way. And like, I think that what hit me was when I was like trying to escort this guy out And it's like, okay, well, I'm gonna put this dude in this puddle, and then like a thunderstorm came by, and the lightning struck the puddle and electrocuted him, and also set off all this other stuff. It's just this pure bliss. So, Assassin's Creed 2, yeah, it's great. It's fantastic. All these games are fantastic. That's the thing. No disrespect to any of them. How many Sonic games in this list? Quite a few. Sonic 3 and Knuckles, Sonic Mania, OG Sonic the Hedgehog, Generations, and then Sonic 2 is somewhere, Sonic Adventure and Sonic Adventure 2 are somewhere. So, we've got quite a few Sonics, quite a few Marios, quite a few Metroids, quite a few Zeldas. Man. All right, let me think about this. Metal Gear definitely needs to be over here. Oh. WarioWare is so good. All right. You know what? I'm going to bucket this a little bit more. So, for right now, I'm going to think about these in a second. These are the bottom. These are the middle. That gives me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I need to take 2 from here, move them over there. Also, what's up, Bartleby? How you doing today? Tonight? Gosh, okay. I'm not incredibly passionate about Persona 5 being as high as it is. I love Persona 5, and it's got some fantastic music. I would move it down under Donkey Kong Country. Which doesn't help my list at all, but... No, so this is all alphabetical right now. Essentially what I did was bucket the games into the list of 33, so I sorted through the 66 through 99, or 66 through 100, I'm not entirely sure. Right now I'm going through the middle. These ones are going to be the top. This one is pretty nice, though, this song. If you're curious, it is called All These Lights by The Grouch and Eli. Eli is a beast. He has one of my favorite songs with K-Flay. NBA Street 2, that's represented. We got it. Everyone is here. Okay. I've got to make a choice here. I hate doing this to Returnal, but it has a little bit of the recency effect. I think Returnal... Oh, this sucks. It feels weird not having Smash in the upper echelon of things. But I think this is what we're going to go with. I don't feel good about this. Because Returnal should be higher. Oh, boy. But the thing is, I didn't play as much Returnal as I probably should have, because I beat it really fast. I was really good at Returnal. And I feel like if I spent more time with that game, I would love it even more. Returnal in my mind is like a top 20. Gosh, I would kill to play some more Returnal right now. And I keep looking at this. I love these games. I really do. And I'm doing a pretty good job, in my opinion, of not letting nostalgia rule anything. But I do feel like I would rather play Returnal over the original Sonic the Hedgehog. But by saying that, I'm also saying that I'd rather play it than all these other ones, which means, do I need to reassess the original Sonic the Hedgehog? I could see it moving down. Yeah. Let me do this. So there's probably a much more elegant way to do all this. That being said, this is the way I figured out how to do it. Gosh. Mass Effect 2. I would rather play Melee than Mass Effect 2. Okay. And I think a lot of our sorting here is already done. I feel pretty good about this, although I will say I think I'd rather play WarioWare than Mass Effect 2. There we go. So, we've pretty much got this sorted for the most part. Let's figure out the bottom. Super Hot. Cuphead should be higher. Cuphead up here. Original Legend of Zelda. I respect that game a lot, but I'm going to move it down. Breath of the Wild should be in the upper echelon, probably right under Cuphead. I think I reserve the right to change that at any point. Double Dash should be higher. Double Dash should honestly be above these two. Kirby Superstar should be in the upper echelon of things as well. Probably right under Double Dash. Oh god, I messed up somewhere. Because there's two Legends of Zeldas. Did I get rid of Breath of the Wild? Okay. That was scary. That was really scary. Because if I lose one of these games, it's very hard to figure out how to get back to it. Cuphead. That's a top tier one. Double Dash. Above Cuphead. I think Breath of the Wild. Let me think about this. Kirby Superstar. I feel okay putting it over Cuphead, just barely. Breath of the Wild is in the same echelon. Classics. All these are classics. It's going to be really ironic if Breath of the Wild is not in the top 50, but I think it's going to miss it just by a smidge. And in my mind, Double Dash is actually better than Metal Gear Solid, so... This sounds like Missio? It might be. Actually, it is Missio. We'll see. Breath of the Wild's going to be like right on that cusp. So let's see. So this would be 33, essentially 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50. It might be like the 53rd game or something dumb. I was gonna try to show you a song. Have you heard of Greaves? He's pretty similar, and he has a kind of similar voice. Here. I'm just going to change it. This is the Grieve song that I really like. A little bit more mellow, but I know. Now, Double Dash is better than most of these games, if I'm being frank. I love Double Dash. I love Double Dash more than freaking, okay, yeah, Double Dash is higher up. It should be right here. I'll put it right under Melee. Breathe up, though. There. I feel really good about that placement for Double Dash. Whew. Super Hot should be higher. Well, no, it shouldn't. Super Hot's where it needs to be. Zelda needs to be lower. I'm going to put NBA Street below the... Well, NBA Street Volume 2 is so good. Excited. There. Okay. Red, blue, and yellow. I feel bad for Assassin's Creed 2 because it didn't do anything wrong. It's just my intuition saying I probably overrated this game at the time, and I'm just going off of intuition for that. I also feel like Superstar might be a little underrated here. Trauma Team might be slightly overrated. Let's move these up. Okay. So if the bottom of the list should be here, I'm going to start locking in stuff. So lock, 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 lock. That's a lock. Okay. Now I just got to assess these middle games right here. I'm willing to move Fury down. I like Fury a lot, but I'm willing to move it down. Very mellow vibe. Move one game down, move one game up. Now, am I a bigger fan of Wind Waker or Breath of the Wild? Would I like to play anything more than those two or less than those two? I would take Cuphead over both of those at this point. So let me move Cuphead up. Who is this? Riff Raff. I definitely like this vibe, though. I feel like Aria Sorrow, just the amount I'm second thinking it. That and Gravity Rush. I love Gravity Rush, but... Okay. Oh, this is getting tight now. I'll take Cuphead over Her Story. Now, I would have not guessed this is Riff Raff. Let me see. It might be him feature someone else. Riff Raff, Goody Grace, DJ Afterthought. I like this, though. I've never actually heard of Riff Raff before. Kirby Superstar is so good. That game amazed me as a child. Like, truly blew me out the water. So, that is what it is. I really love Sonic Generations. Like, I know from a qualitative standpoint, people are probably looking at me funny, being like, Sonic Generations is not one of the top 100 games of all time. That being said, this is my list. I have a song saved by Goody Grace. It's a sad song. Okay. Oh, man. I've got to respect Breath of the Wild. I'm not going to disrespect it. I think this is... Wind Waker is such a weird one because I love Wind Waker, but at the same time, I do acknowledge some of its problems. I think I love it slightly more. And gosh, I'm actually going to give Her Story a little bit of a nod here. I think I'm going to give Her Story and Trauma Team. Gosh, I'm doing the thing again. Trauma Team is just such a beautiful project, but so is Her Story. This is stressing me out trying to figure out. And these are two completely different games. Trauma Team is about having these 5 doctors, each play differently, and you're just doing surgeries. Her Story is this... It's a game where you're essentially watching all these video archives of a woman and trying to literally piece together her story, and you have to search through this database and put in keywords, and you get 5 videos max at a time based off the keywords, and piece these little segments of story together out of order, and it's so beautiful. I've got to reward originality. These two. And then we just have 3 classic great games of equal quality. I think I'll put Solid just right above Wind Waker. Okay. It's like you're taking the world's longest, most confusing, pretty much. Like, where was it in Vampire Survivors and Sekiro? They literally are 2 opposite ends of the spectrum. Sekiro is the most video game where you're hitting buttons, reacting, and like perfect timing, getting these perfect parries. Vampire Survivor, you're literally just moving a control stick around screen and watching flashing lights and beautiful stuff happen, and given the illusion that you're doing something. Exam is subjective, but there are wrong answers. Pretty much. Okay. Okay. We've only got 33 games to sort through. 33 games. Let's see. I'm not that worried about this last part. I'm not that worried about this last part. 7 and 10. Those are up here. Elden Ring. is going to be probably closer to the bottom. Hades, probably closer to the bottom. So I'm going to start... Who is this? Astronautilus. Okay. Star Fox 64, Mario 64. Let me figure out what's going to be up top. This should be easy. Because honestly, this part doesn't change that much. Going Commando, unfortunately, is going to be closer to the bottom just because I don't remember as much of it as I wish. Transistor and Hades have to be close to the bottom because they were being talked about for cuts earlier. Ocarina of Time was up for a cut, so I'm putting that down here. I feel like Mario Maker kind of has to be close to the top. And so does Galaxy. And by those two being close to the top, 64 has to be on the lower end of things. Rock Band has to be middle high. Ninja Gaiden Black is middle high. Well, yeah, it's high. Can't even talk at this point. I've been talking for the past 4 hours. It'd be easy. Dark Souls. I completely overlooked Dark Souls. Oh, I actually overlooked a couple games on accident. Here, let me move you guys over here. Bloodborne is probably closer to the middle. Burnout Revenge is close to the top. Okay. Time for the overlooked runoff bracket. God. I think Spider-Man's going to be kind of in the lower echelon of things, but I'm going to reserve that right. The Phoenix Wrights will be in the middle section. Okay. Here's always the hardest part, finding out, like, the middle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I would say Devil May Cry 3 is very upper middle territory. Tropical Freeze should probably be upper middle. I like this song. Rock Band should be up here, I think. I'm going to put it tentatively up here. Gosh. I think Sonic 3 and Knuckles, I keep eyeballing it. Uncharted 3 is a fantastic game, and at one point I had it as my number 2. I don't think it's going to be number 2 anymore by any imagination, but deserves to be up there. Titanfall 3 is incredible. Or Titanfall 2 is incredible. So is Star Fox. I love Resident Evil 4. Over time, I've kind of had it more on the waning side of things, so I'm okay with it being in the lower part. I wish I had played Rayman Origins more recently, because I feel like I could make a good argument for it being in the upper echelon. But for right now, I'm just going to keep it low. Gotta play Titanfall 2 campaign. Watch speedruns so many times. It is truly something to behold. Such a work of art. Okay. So, I need 2 more here. And 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 4 more down here. So the thing that I'm running into an issue with is both of the Halos, both of the Mario Makers. Bloodborne's kind of a weird one too. I think Celeste probably is in the middle to lower side of things for me personally. I like Celeste a lot, but it's not in my top 10. It's very good though. Once I figure out these Halos and Uncharted, I feel like I'll be in a good spot, so I just need to really think deep. Which is the best Halo? For me personally, I think Halo 2 is my favorite Halo. And I'm okay with that. I'm talking like I'm in rehab or something. Like, this is a thing, this is real, I'm acknowledging it, and it's okay. Like, every time I open my mouth now, it just feels like I'm doing word salad and just tripping over and contradicting myself around every single corner. But I guess that's the entire purpose of this, right? I really like Shadow of the Colossus a lot. I think... Okay. I need to start organizing these by, like, caliber in the middle section. I think I like the Ace Attorney games more than Shadow of the Colossus, just barely. Maybe. I really like Shadow of the Colossus, though. I do like both of those more than Celeste. Star Fox 64 is a game I really, really love. But I don't know. Like, right now, I just don't know. Do I like Celeste? I like Star Fox 64 more than Celeste, I think. And I like... I'll put Halo Combat Evolved right above? Oh, I don't like this. I don't like this. Halo Combat Evolved or Shadow of the Colossus. I'm not going to be able to reorder this for at least another year minimum. Which is a better game, Halo or Shadow of the Colossus? What if I do this? Since I'm heavily rewarding the Phoenix Wright series, I can't do that, though. Do I like Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney? Which one of these is better, Phoenix Wright or Shadow of the Colossus? I'm losing my mind now. Is the lawyer game better than the game where I'm a bully to 16 Colossi? Ooh. I really like Devil May Cry 3 a lot. But do I like it more than Titan? I think Titanfall 2 deserves a spot here. I think I like Titanfall 2. Tell you what. I think this is the right call here. But then there's Super Mario. Okay. Let's bucket things again. I just need to calm down. Oh God. now I'm just making mistakes. Mario Maker deserves to be over here. Metroid Prime deserves to be over here. Halo 2 deserves to be over here. And so does Uncharted 2. Okay. So I'm going to have to kick a couple of those games out the garden. That being said, I'm pretty confident on this bottom half of things. So I'm going to sort these real quick. What I'm going to do is take all of these and start adding them to this list right here. Speaking of which, I think Resident Evil 4 probably, for me personally, needs to be above Rayman Origins. If I can get this stupid not Excel to work correctly. Actually, I'm going to move Rayman Origins down a little bit more. I feel a little bit bad about it. Oh, no. I think... Gosh. Hades and Transistor might as well be like... I love Transistor so much. I truly love Transistor. But, yeah, it got its due. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. Shadow of the Colossus. Oh, boy. I feel like Shadow of the Colossus needs to be higher. Okay. You know, the ultimate irony about this is a lot of these games, I've put associated scores with pretty much every game I've played. Some of these I know are super out of order according to my scores, but it is what it is. Also, I don't think Elden Ring should be that high. With it being as new as it is, I'd feel better about it being a little bit lower. I'll put it under those two. Shadow of the Colossus should also be higher. I think if I do that, Elden Ring's better than Marvel's Spider-Man. Okay. There. I went to the other room and forgot what I was going there for 3 times. I mean, when you're watching tense stuff like this, that's what happens. You just kind of blank out and get rid of these highlights. All right. So the thing is, I think Mario Galaxy is better than Bloodborne. I like Bloodborne a lot, but at the same time, my brain is all over the place. Well, we're getting awfully close. Mario Galaxy. So there's going to be a little bit of overlap, right? Let me think about this. That's a lock, 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 that's a lock. That's a lock. That's a lock as well. Okay. So let's assume everything here to here. these games could potentially be reordered. And I'll order these later. So, is Super Mario Galaxy better than Uncharted 2 Among Thieves? I think I might be overrating Metroid Prime a little bit. I love Metroid Prime. I replayed it recently, and it holds up. But I'm willing to move it down just a smidge. Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze is one of the best games ever made. For my personal top 10 list, I think it is a little bit too high. I think Galaxy actually tops Tropical Freeze. So, and I would say Metroid Prime and Galaxy are in the same wheelhouse. I'm actually going to go Renegade on Uncharted 2, which I feel bad about, but I'm moving it there. These are two incredibly well-designed games that... We're not talking about 1 through 10 just yet, Bartleby. I'm holding off. I'm trying to do things the right way. It is looking awfully nice right there in that number 1 spot, though. I'm not going to lie to you. Looking awfully nice there. Looking like a snack. Video game snack. Speaking of which, I probably need to eat something at some point. I went to this pizza place with some friends earlier today, and I ordered a pizza salad because I was like, oh, this sounds really good. And they all get their pizzas, like, they were understaffed, and I always try to be very, like, understanding of that stuff. But, like, they get their pizzas, let's say, 30 minutes after they order. It's been, like, 45 minutes to an hour, and I'm like, I guess I gotta be that guy that goes to the front and asks, where's my food at? And, like, what's your name? And I was like, it's this. And they're like, oh, we'll have it out in 5 minutes. I'm like, bro, this salad would have only taken 5 minutes to make, and I've been waiting an hour for it. But it is what it is. Like I said, treat social workers nice. Okay. I'm going to scoot these down just a smidge just to make sure I don't overwrite anything. And I'm just going to go ahead and move all of these. Okay. Right there. We are getting dangerously close. We are getting dangerously close. I think I might be slightly overrating Titanfall 2. Like, I love that campaign so much. I love that campaign so much. I also might be slightly overrating Dante's Awakening. Oh, boy. This is difficult. An hour for a salad, that thing better... Pretty much. It was a big salad, to be fair, and I think if I go back there, ironically, I will probably get another salad. That being said, yeah, that was wild. Okay. Okay. So, we've got numbers... I don't even know what these numbers mean anymore, to be honest. I think this is, let's see, 36, 35. 30. So we've got about 11 right here. We just got to sort these last ones. And I'm going to do it. I'm going to try to make this work so I don't officially announce number 1 until very last. Bloodborne. Right now, I would rather play Bloodborne over Tropical Freeze, if I'm being frank. I love Tropical Freeze. I love Tropical Freeze. And I want to reward it more for all the incredible things it does from a video game perspective. There's a video that I would... You know what? I have a chat. I can link stuff. If you are into game design at all, Game Maker's Toolkit, Tropical Freeze. Watch this video. It is insane how good the level design is in Tropical Freeze. Truly insane. check that video out. Bloodborne is just a classic. Go ahead and remake it, please. Uncharted 2, incredible game for its time, still incredible to this day. Metroid Prime, yet another game that's incredible. I'm okay there. Up the list. Sonic 3 and Knuckles. I feel good about having that there. Just the fact that it has a cohesive story that it's trying to tell. It's a 2D platformer, but it's telling a story without words throughout the entire thing. And then the gameplay is so solid, the music's so solid. Michael Jackson's in there. Just so fantastic. And the way it climaxes. Gosh, what a game. Is Super Mario Maker better than Titanfall 2? Titanfall 2's campaign is so good. Rock Band, if you were there, you know exactly what Rock Band's about. Just, there's nothing quite like it. And just being able to play that game with your friends was such a great experience. Burnout Revenge, just great. It's a fantastic game. Majora's Mask, Final Fantasy X. All right. So I feel good about everything up to here. 2. Okay. We're at the final stretch, guys. This is really it. Whew. I feel like this might change. Oh, my stream paused. I was like, hello? Uh-oh. Did it pause? What's going on? Uh-oh. Is it working? Okay, it's okay. That was weird. It froze on my phone too, so I was like, maybe it did freeze. Okay. Let's do this. We're so close. I was about to say, if it freezes on my top 10, I'm gonna hurt somebody somewhere. Yeah. It is weird. I have no clue what that was about. I'm actually gonna make one change here. I really like Dante's Awakening, but I'm gonna move it under Metroid Prime, which is a pretty big jump, to be fair. I really like that game, but I think that's okay. I can't have Final Fantasy 7 and 10 next to each other, so that has potential to move. Here, I'm moving all of the... I'm going to move everything. I'm just going to move them all. And we are going to figure this out. This is really close to what the final list is going to be. The thing that's keeping me back now is one of these games has to be number 11. If I could fit all of these into a top 10, then we'd be done. I promise you, we'd be done if I could just didn't have to decide which one has to be number 11. Because now it's like when I get asked what are my top 10 games of all time, one of these games will not be mentioned, and that's gonna hurt me as a person. So let's figure this out. Mario Maker is so good. Titanfall 2 is so good. Burnout Revenge, so good. Rock Band, so good. Dark Souls 3 is so good. Ninja Gaiden Black is so good. So is Majora's Mask. Last of Us, so good. Final Fantasy X is so good. Souls are being crushed right now. I know, this is truly the most stressful thing. And the thing is, I know everything else. It's just figuring out like 11 and 10. Really, like that's what I'm stressing about. Last of Us is gonna move up. I guess I need to do upper and lower. I'll put Mario Maker in the lower. Titanfall 2 can be in the lower. Top 10. Why didn't that? Oh my gosh. There. Let's try that again. I'm just going to move these two over. And actually, I'm going to move this one up. Oh God. See, now I'm just panicking. Might be having a panic attack on stream. Who knows? Gosh. Okay. I feel okay with that. Is Burnout Revenge better than Super Mario Maker? I think so. Is Rock Band better than Burnout Revenge? I'm okay putting that there. Is Sonic 3 and Knuckles better than Rock Band? Yeah, it is. We getting real close. Let's go ahead and just move everything up so we don't have to worry about this drama. All this stuff's locked, as far as I'm concerned right now. Dark Souls is better than... So here's where I messed up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Titanfall 2 is number 11. Okay. That's okay. Now I just got to figure out which one of these games is not going to be on my top 5. The selfish side of me that wants to be, or I guess the, not the selfish side, but like the side of me that demands respect is like I can't have 2 games from the same series on my top 100, like in my top 5. That being said, I'd be lying to myself if I didn't say Final Fantasy VII and Final Fantasy X didn't both deserve a spot. Dark Souls deserves a spot. So it's between one of these 2 games, Majora's Mask and Ninja Gaiden Black. Majora's Mask has come up quite a few times during our discussions tonight. As you know, I love time loop games. I love the innovation of having that 3-day cycle. I think it's beautiful. Some of the dungeons aren't great. Ninja Gaiden Black, in my mind, is the absolute pinnacle of action games. Some people have a lot of problems with the camera. I understand that. Some of the levels aren't great. That being said, I almost teared up. Dark Souls has to be up here. Last of Us. Okay. I think I like Last of Us more than Majora's Mask. I love all of these games so much. And I want you guys to understand how much I love this. All of these games, I would just... The original Dark Souls is such a magical game. I think it's better than a lot of people give it credit for nowadays. I think it's better than Ninja Gaiden Black. I think it's probably better than The Last of Us. It might even be better than Final Fantasy X. So, between Ninja Gaiden Black and The Last of Us, it's polish versus personal feel. I think I'm holding this slightly against it, but I haven't played Ninja Gaiden Black in a while. And there you have it. I'm going to quote some Kingdom Hearts stuff because that's what my brain's going to right now. A scattered dream that's like a far-off memory. A far-off memory that's like a scattered dream. I want to line the pieces up. Yours and mine. The pieces are all lined up. We're done here. We're done. We delete this column. We also... Gosh, this feels good. This feels so good. 101. Yes. Delete this column. Delete this column. How did I do that? It's good. It's good. Pieces are aligned. Please read them off one by one. So, we did the retrospective on all of these. Literally, everything 101 to 250. We're going to go from 100 all the way to number 1. And just very quick discussion. I'm trying to knock this out. Beat Saber, lots of fun. If you've ever done VR, that's the pinnacle tentpole VR experience right there. Keep talking and nobody explodes. Perfect party game. You have one person that's looking at an instruction manual, a literal printed out instruction manual. I will actually pick it up for you guys. You have a bomb defusal guide. And what one player does, they can't see the screen. The person with the bomb defusal guide can't look at the screen. They just get instructions from the person actually looking at the bomb. And they have to, like a bomb diffuser, flip through the pages and figure out stuff. So, like, for example, one of them, it's just the wire one. And it's like, the person will be like, okay, this is the wire one. How many wires are there? 4 wires. So I have to consult this. If there's no more than one red wire and the last digit of the serial number on the bomb is odd, cut the last red wire. Otherwise, if the last wire is yellow and there are no red wires, cut the first wire. And this is all on a time system. So like the one person watching the bombs just like watching it count down for maybe like 5 minutes. And you're just trying to like do stuff fast, but you also have to be very precise because they have all these like if things. So if this is true and the serial number is even, then do this. Or there's this one with the keypad and it's like, okay, you gotta like, the one person looking at the bomb's got to describe the letters or the symbols that are on screen. And it's like, oh, well, it's a squiggly Q. Okay, so is there also a copyright symbol? Yeah, but it's reverse. So, okay, it's column 3. It's so much fun. It's so much fun. Probably my favorite party video game. Limbo is just a very moody, atmospheric game. Uses its art style and noir aspects to its advantage. Virtua Fighter 4 Evo is just the best Virtua Fighter. It's a fighter where you have to really fight yourself as you're fighting the opponent. So it's not as much like what your opponent's doing. It's like, what am I doing? And really just analyzing it. Yakuza 0 is just a similar game to Shenmue in a lot of ways, but it's just very homey, very slice of life. You're in, I'd like to say, Kamurocho, and the entirety of the game takes place in this one town. It's got a really incredible story, and you learn a lot. Really good plot twists and character development, and gosh, that was a lot of fun. Prey Moon Crash is like a first-person shooter roguelike with a lot of elements of the main game. So you have like the glue gun and all this other stuff, but you're doing these specific missions and your character's dying, but you carry over certain like money and some of your powers and abilities. It's sick. I had so much fun with that. Lara Croft and the Guardian of Light is like a top-down Diablo-esque game, and really the first time I really got into any of those. Just a lot of really creative stuff with Lara Croft, and it doesn't play anything like any of the other Tomb Raiders. Chrono Trigger is just a classic RPG. Really cool stuff with the whole dual tech system where characters can combine attacks. Incredible soundtrack, as Larry mentioned earlier. You can't go wrong with it. I'm actually playing through it a little bit on my Steam Deck right now. Mega Man Legends is this 3D Mega Man game that it shouldn't work, but it does. It's just so much fun just exploring that world, and it's got a very Zelda 64 vibe to it. Dual attacks. Bartleby knows what's up. Donkey Kong Jungle Beat, a game that you probably wouldn't see on a lot of top 100 lists because nobody played it. But if anybody knows what Donkey Konga is, and the Congos you have these 2 drums, and you're just beating on them. But for this game, they use those drums and made a platformer, so it's like you have to drum at a certain cadence to move forward, and then you hit both of them down to jump, and you clap to attack, so you're just boom, 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 boom. It is so much fun, and having to figure out like the proper rhythm and having a music game that's not entirely a music game, it's just so good. Super Monkey Ball, I cheated with this one. I haven't really played much Banana Mania, but to consolidate my list a little bit, Banana Mania has Monkey Ball 1 and 2. Those games are incredible, just little marble madness, navigate to the end of the puzzle type thing. They also have a crazy amount of mini games that are a lot of fun, like Monkey Target, everybody talks about that. Monkey Bowling, a lot of fun. Bring Mega Man Volnut back. They were supposed to. I'm really disappointed about Legends 3. I think that was one of the games that sold me on getting a 3DS like at launch, and then just nothing came of it. God of War 3 is my favorite God of War. I know a lot of people really dislike 3, but graphically that game wowed me in a way that a lot of games don't. I remember just losing my mind seeing that whole Poseidon intro sequence. I think they do a lot of clever stuff with the QTEs later in the game, and the combat is just solid. I also like the storyline with Pandora they had going. Canvas Curse is a DS game where you're just drawing lines and Kirby's this little ball, and you can just like navigate him through these mazes. You make loop-de-loops to make him go faster and attack, and it's just a really good time. Life is Strange. Gotta play God of War. So good. I'd recommend any of them, to be honest. Kirby Canvas Curse is just cathartic. You can't go wrong with it. Life is Strange is a very emotional, personal game talking about Max Caulfield and her story in Arcadia Bay. She gets a superpower, and you have your typical like Telltale style choices, but it's augmented by all these really clever things. They do a lot of interesting stuff with the ability to rewind time and play with your expectations in a lot of really cool ways. Modern Warfare is just this tentpole game that a lot of the shooter market would not be what it is without Modern Warfare. That was a game that ended the Halo era of shooters and started the Call of Duty era of shooters. So if you were there, you'd know exactly what I was talking about. But the whole loadouts, perks, kill streaks, that game was the game that popularized all that stuff. The single player was incredible. A lot of really interesting things and a lot of controversial things in the single player that weren't really like, you didn't see that in single player games until it did it. Banjo Nuts and Bolts. I've probably said more about Banjo Nuts and Bolts than any other streamer out there. That game is incredible. It's way ahead of its time. Way ahead of its time. And I think, in my mind, I'm kind of vindicated in a lot of ways for Banjo Nuts and Bolts when you look at that latest Breath of the Wild trailer, where they were literally taking elements of Banjo Nuts and Bolts and putting it into the new Breath of the Wild. And people are going to lose their minds once they realize how incredible it is to like build your own vehicle in this crazy like makeshift way and then apply it to this real world situation. Like it is pure creativity in having to MacGyver these certain solutions to all these different puzzles and everybody's solution being so different, which is why and that's why it makes so much sense in Breath of the Wild. It's the exact same thing how if you enter any specific tomb or whatever they're called in Breath of the Wild, everybody finds a different way to answer the same puzzle. And that's the essence of Banjo Nuts and Bolts right there. Like, the way I build my vehicles is completely different than anything else I've ever seen anybody else do. And while some of the missions aren't as fun as you'd want them to be, they always make you think. So, there. I got my soapbox, I stood on it, Banjo Nuts and Bolts, goated. And everybody will see that when Tears of the Kingdom comes out, but they will not put that respect on Banjo's name. There. I feel good. Super Hexagon. If you do not have this game downloaded on your phone, and this is a game that almost slipped through the crack. I just looked on my phone. I was like, I don't have any mobile games on my list. Let me double check to make sure I'm not just like being a phone racist or whatever. And then I was like, oh, Super Hexagon. That was something I would just literally play anytime during college. The perfect 1 minute game. No session of Super Hexagon really lasts more than 1 minute. But all you're doing is just kind of like moving this arrow to fit within these hexagons that are on screen. So you have these hexagons that have like one opening. It might not always be a hexagon. It might be another shape, but you're essentially kind of navigating. The music is just like pumping the entire time. And you have these difficulty levels. And within 60 seconds, every time it tells its own story. So like all these colors are happening and like 15 seconds in, it's like level 2. And now things are going faster. The screen's pulsing more. It's like, I've never been on acid. I've never even taken a drug. But if I was to assign drugs to a video game, aside from Vampire Survivors, Super Hexagon, those are the two. I would honestly add some mobile games on here. Yeah, I have nothing. I don't know. I don't want to say I don't have anything against mobile games because, like, clearly it's not my niche. I always forget how to pronounce that properly. But typically speaking, they're not like the games that fit in my wheelhouse more often than not. I try to give them a fair shake. That being said, they're just like, I do like interaction with games, and a lot of those games I don't feel like I'm getting the interaction that I would typically like. Mario Tennis is just a classic. It's such a well put together sports game, and they do a good job of like adding a little bit of uniqueness to each character. It never gets old. I could play that game right now and have no complaints about it whatsoever. Dead or Alive 2 Ultimate is just such a fun fighting game. Dead or Alive has this stigma for, you know, like, and rightfully so, it does sexualize women quite a bit. But the actual fighting, and it's also considered a casual fighter by most of the fighting diehards. But the premise behind the fighting mechanics is so solid, in my opinion. So you have, it's a dial combo game, so it's not like Street Fighter where it's like low kick, then high kick, then you're making your own thing. It's like, okay, XXY does a certain combo, back XY does a different combo, stuff like that. But you also, on top of that, have this counter system, and it's like low, middle, and high. So you're essentially, while doing your fighting, playing this game of rock, paper, scissors with your opponent, trying to like anticipate exactly what they're doing. And it's like, well, they might have this amazing move, but if I can literally read their mind, I can go ahead and have my counter out for it. But it's a high risk, high reward thing, so you take more damage if you try to counter something and choose the wrong type of counter. And playing it online was just so much fun. So much fun. Probably make a top 10 mobile game list. That would be cool, and honestly, you'd give me a lot of really good recommendations, because like I said, I'm up for anything. Sifu. Gosh, more people need to play Sifu. It's kind of a shame that it's an Epic Store exclusive, because a lot of people very, very vehemently dislike the Epic Store. But as far as like a action game and capturing that feel of like martial arts and really just delving into mechanics-based gameplay, Sifu is on the top of my list for that, and roguelikes. It's honestly, it should be higher, but just with the recency effect, I didn't want to put it too high. Rayman Jungle Run, another mobile game. That and Super Hexagon are my two mobile games. This is an endless runner, great art style. Unfortunately, I'm pretty sure it's delisted, so you'd probably have to find some type of like emulated port of it or something, but it just, the music's great. Endless runner, and it's just so much fun. Everything flows. One of the few games I like made it a point to 100%. Might have to dip and catch the rest of the VOD. Very exhausted, but I want to hear the explanation, so keep going. Congrats on finishing. No problem. Thank you for staying around, and I'm glad that you got to see a vast majority of this. Like I said, I'm just going to bullet through these as fast as possible. You have a good night, and the VOD's going to be there when you wake up. So, have a good evening. Devil May Cry 5, the pinnacle of action games, pretty much. Just, I know I've said that for Ninja Gaiden Black and also Devil May Cry 3, but fantastic game. V holds it back a little bit. The third playable character, he's just not quite as fun. Super fluid, super just intense all the time. Soul Calibur is just, it's that game. It's that fighting game. Like, if you were a Dreamcast guy back in the day, or girl, you played Soul Calibur, and going through the Weapon Master mode, well, Weapon Master wasn't until 2, I don't think, but it was just so polished, and messing around with all the different characters, they all felt so unique. Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1 and 2 is just a classic. Can't go wrong with either of them. It also introduced me, personally, to a lot of music that I wasn't accustomed to hearing and listening to. And it was just so much fun chaining combos and navigating the different levels. Sly Cooper is just a pure platformer with a lot of quality platforming. I don't really feel like I need to talk too much about it. Guitar Hero started the whole music industry trend. It really felt magical getting that guitar and like starting on easy mode, because everybody was on easy at first, and then you move up to medium, and then at one point you're like, oh man, well maybe I can start going to hard and learning how to move that pinky from blue to orange or whatever. That was an incredible experience. Sayonara Wild Hearts is a game that is about a music soundtrack, and it's a pop album game that is quite unlike anything else. It's on rails, you're just navigating, but the music's so good and it makes you feel so immersed, and the levels are so intelligently designed with how they interact with the music and play with the music. Kirby Tilt and Tumble was just something I loved to do with my Game Boy Color. You literally had motion controls. It was probably my first motion controlled experience, where you're tilting around the Game Boy Advance trying to move Kirby on these like pinball-esque levels to the end. So good. Bartleby, you'd probably like Sayonara Wild Hearts if I had to guess. It might be out of your typical game that you would play, but I would at least check it out. Picross 3D, my favorite puzzle game. It's just, aside from Picross 3D Round 2, of course. So I'm going to talk about both of them right now. You have Picross, which is this game where essentially you're given like, hey, there are this many squares on this line and this many squares on this line. But then you take it into a cubistic or cubism 3D thing where you're rotating the sphere around and just creating all these really cool shapes. And it's so much fun. Gosh. Sekiro Shadows Die Twice. You guys have seen me play it on stream. It's just a pure action game, very intense. I love the give and take of Sekiro, where it's so aggressive and you really gotta be in the thick of things when you fight. So that's why I like Sekiro. Tilt and Tumble was fantastic. Vampire Survivors. This is a game where it's more addicting than it is actually good, but it's the only game I've ever had to hide from myself. Literally the only game I've had to hide from myself. That game is so addicting that it's magical how they play that psychology game with you to make you feel like you're doing so much even though you're doing so little. And the carrot on the stick just they keep moving it further and further away. Donkey Kong Country 2, Diddy's Conquest. It's a full package game. Like, start to finish, they're telling a story. You start on a pirate ship, go to a volcano, go through the woods. Playing as Dixie and Diddy, they're both really fun characters. The platforming is really great. Honestly, it's probably a better game than Donkey Kong Country 1, but it's a little bit longer, and like for my personal taste, I kind of like that short, more just focused on platforming experience. Still got to try Vampire Survivors. Pretty popular. Yes, very popular on Twitch. Ratchet and Clank Future, Tools of Destruction. It's probably the best Ratchet and Clank game for me personally. It doesn't have as many gimmicks as A Crack in Time does. Just a lot of really good platforming there. I liked all the weapons they had. I think that was the one that introduced the Groovatron, which is just one of the most fun weapons in a game. Mario Kart DS is just pure fun. I remember being in high school and just during our little study hall breaks, my study hall person, they were really big into Nintendo, and they're like, hey man, you want to play some DS? So me and him and then like 2 other people, we just played Mario Kart DS instead of study. It was fantastic. It also added the whole kart customization aspect to things. So I thought that was a really good addition, and a lot of the tracks are classics. Waluigi Pinball, if you know, you know. Legend of Zelda. I've spoken a lot about this game. I think I respect it more than it is good. It probably shouldn't be this high up, but the ambition behind this game is something that I cannot overlook. It truly set the blueprints for Breath of the Wild. And as its own experience, it's incredibly solid. Like, if you ever decide to do it, just chunk away like a 6-hour period of one day and be like, I'm just going to play Legend of Zelda. And it's just this magical experience. Mario Kart DS had the best single-player campaign. I can't remember too much about it, but I wouldn't argue by any shot. Super Hot. One of the best shooters of all time. It doesn't play like anything. It's got this very, like, I don't know what to describe the art style as, but it's got a look. It's very stylized. They do a lot of cool, creative, breaking the fourth wall things. One of the most stylistic games I've ever seen. I love it. I absolutely love it. And the VR is just as good. NBA Street Volume 2. Probably the best sports game out there. It's tons of fun. A lot of creative stuff you can do. There's a combo meter. The music's fantastic. It has everybody you'd want in an NBA game, even though, like, I'm not even big into sports, and I'm just like, man, it's just firing on all cylinders. Best OST. No arguments, no lies detected. Unsighted. One of my favorite indie games. It does the Majora's Mask thing where everything's on a time limit, where it's not day and night based, but you're a robot and you have all these other dying robots that are like in need of oil or whatever their fuel source is. So throughout the game, you meet more and more of these robots, and you have to see, like, okay, well, so-and-so is going to run out of oil and permanently, like, they get corrupted once they run out of oil. They essentially, like, lose their mind, a la, like, Dark Souls, like a madness mechanic. And you do the best you can, but on that first playthrough, there's no way you're going to save everybody. So you have to make these really hard choices of, like, hey, I've got to let this person go. And the thing that they do is they make it really personal. So all of these characters, or at least a vast majority of them, they benefit you in some way. Like, there's shopkeeps and, like, people that give you upgrades and stuff. So you have to, like, do those mental gymnastics. Like, I like this person's personality, but what are they actually giving me as a player? So it was just, that game is fantastic, and I wish more people played it, but so few people know about it. Assassin's Creed 2, my favorite Assassin's Creed. I think they just did a fantastic job with it. I really like Ezio, and I progressively liked him less and less with every subsequent game. And at one point, this was a top 10 game for me. Right now, it's not. I need to replay it and give it another fair shake. Pokemon Red, Blue, Yellow. You already know, it's Pokemon. You either love it or you don't, and Red, Blue, Yellow was such a pivotal part of my gaming childhood. On top of that, it had very solid mechanics, and the whole concept of having these 150 creatures to capture, there wasn't anything like it, and they just knocked it out the park. Fury is just a pure, it's like the action version of Shadow of the Colossus. Like, what if we made Shadow of the Colossus and freaking Sekiro had a baby, and then mixed in Afro Samurai and all these nice neon colors, like super hot. And they just, whew, that game is a vibe. You definitely, if anybody needs to play Fury, it is you, Bartleby. I think you would really appreciate Fury. With as much as you like anime and like Souls type of games. Gravity Rush is an anime-inspired game where you play as this girl named Kat, and you have this ability to manipulate gravity, and it is just a pleasure to navigate this town, Hexaville, I believe is the name of it, and just go into the undersides of certain buildings, combat, and just like free-floating and going at all these weird angles. Story's really good, and it actually talks about a lot of really important stuff. So I don't know if I have it in me to do all 100 of these right now, but we're going to try. Yes, definitely check it out. Castlevania Aria of Sorrow is my favorite Castlevania. You play as Soma Cruz, who has the ability to absorb the souls of enemies. I believe that's what he does, absorb the soul. So essentially you kill some enemies and eventually you will get special abilities from killing them. It's just a very good Symphony of the Night clone. Symphony of the Night should probably be on this top 250, even though it didn't make it, I don't think. That being said, we're going to go on to Super Metroid, this is kind of like Best of Both Worlds right here. This is Metroidvania. This one started it all. Just very good progression. It doesn't overstay its welcome. Playing as Samus is just so much fun. Stars was playing. Yes. The music is fantastic in Fury. Wind Waker, Zelda on the Ocean, incredible art style with the cell shading. Might have a couple pacing issues here and there, but a lot of that's resolved with Wind Waker HD for the Wii U. Please port that to Switch, Nintendo. That's my first port bag of the night. Metal Gear Solid is just a classic. Just such a good, gritty art style for the PlayStation 1, a system that's very hard to make a good art style for. Also does incredible stuff like the Psycho Mantis fight, voice dialogue, which wasn't the first game to do voice dialogue, but it's the first to like really set up cutscenes and those type of sequences. Her story I talked about a little bit earlier. It's just telling this very interesting story where the gameplay is you looking through this database of like movies and just piecing together this story and being a detective. There's nothing quite like it. And I've been longing for something along those lines. Trauma Team, talked about it a little bit earlier. It's just incredible that you play as 5 different doctors and each one has their own unique story, and it's just this really endearing tale of like companionship, and it's very anime, but the amount of uniqueness in that game just, it eclipses probably 90% of this top 10 list. Just, I love to reward uniqueness. We already have every main console Zelda on Switch except for Wind Waker. Pretty much. They're like, hey, should have bought that Wii U. Should have bought that Wii U. F them. Sonic Generations. This is my favorite 3D Sonic game. It takes a lot of classic levels from old Sonic and new Sonic and puts it into one package. I love the boost gameplay, and I know it's controversial. A lot of people don't like it, but the more you play it, the more you get used to it, and just knowing when to boost and when not to boost. A lot of people get frustrated because they're like, oh, well, Sonic's always about speed, but Sonic's really not always about speed. Sonic wasn't about speed when it was on the Genesis. You earn speed by playing more of the game and then like replaying the levels, understanding what the paths are, and then it becomes a speedrunning thing. And they just did a masterful job of celebrating the entire history of Sonic. Number 52, Zelda Breath of the Wild. It feels weird to not have this in the top 50, but everything that can be said about Breath of the Wild has already been said. The reason that it's down where it is versus where it could be is it's a little bit too, I hate saying this, but I didn't find myself challenged by it in the way that I hope to be challenged by a Zelda game. Also, the Divine Beasts weren't necessarily my favorite things, and I didn't like most of the shrines. Finally remembered what they were called. But the level of ambition in that game is just, it's palpable. I wouldn't change a thing about it, even though it's not necessarily for me in every single situation. Breath of the Wild is just fantastic. Kirby Superstar is this weird game that I didn't understand as a kid that I had as a child. It's essentially like a 6-in-1. So you have like the Great Expansion or Great Expedition or something along those lines, which is like the main story. But then you also have a mode where you race Dedede. You have this thing where you're breaking bricks. You have an arena. And it was just this kind of this surreal thing because I was like, there's all these games in this one game and they all play a little bit different, but they're all fun. Like most of them are fun. There might have been one like not great one in there. But gosh, Kirby Superstar is a great game. The mini games, yes. And Cuphead. Cuphead at number 50 is actually kind of perfect in a lot of ways. Cuphead, you know what it is. Very 2D game, difficulty inspired, you know. You're going to die a lot, but the art style's great. The battles are all set up masterfully. It's just a pleasure to play through any one of them. Mass Effect 2 is an incredible experience where it's a Western RPG, and I'm not really that big of a fan of most Western RPGs, but the dialogue's so good, and you actually care about the people on your team, and they do an incredible build about throughout the entire game. The entire game's about this suicide mission. You're literally being recruited for this suicide mission, and it's assembling the best squad of people for this mission, and you establish bonds with each and every one of them. And then at the end of the game, you actually end up doing the mission, and there are consequences, and you can very easily lose people that you've been recruiting and building relationships with throughout the entire game, and it just hits you in the gut so hard when that happens. And most games are afraid to punish the player like that. I hate using the word punish because punish has this negative connotation, but you have to punish sometimes to actually get an impact out of the player. So yeah, Mass Effect 2, mad respect there. WarioWare is an incredible little mini game collection. So if you've ever played Mario Party, take out the party part of that and just like be like, okay, mini game, mini game, mini game, mini game, mini game. So they're all one button for the most part. Like you're either using the A button on the Game Boy Advance or the control stick. And it's like, you'll see a small prompt that's like, oh, dodge the potato. And then you'll see a potato like, what's it called? Dashing towards Wario. And you just have to hit A at the right time to jump over it. And then it'll be like, catch the pole. And then you see a pole drop from the bottom of the top of the screen. You have to catch it at the right time. And it's like, play Punch Out for 2 seconds. And it's like, okay, somebody's punching and you got to dodge left or right. And it's just always keeping you on your toes. You never know what to expect next. And it keeps ramping it up. The mini games gets progressively faster. And there's actually different skill levels for each one. And it's just so much fun. It's just pure fun in video game form. Okay. Gosh, we're getting kind of close. Returnal. It does the thing that Resistance Fall of Man does, where you see the bullets come at you and you just play this artful game of dodging the bullets at perfect time. And it also has the roguelike aspect, so even though it's a shooter, and shooters, you don't get very many roguelike experiences with them. But progressively getting slightly better equipment and getting better at the game allows you to progress, and the enemies are really cool. A lot of creative colors, and the story that they're telling through environmental storytelling is really, really interesting and keeps you engrossed in it. And I really like the sci-fi aesthetic of it all. Not very familiar with the WarioWare series. The ones I've played are WiiWare and the one for Wii U. Those are pretty good, but microgames, I think they just they nailed it out knocked it out the park with the first one. Double Dash is my personal favorite Mario Kart. I love the whole having two characters and the strategizing of like, okay, I want this person special and this person special as well because they'll complement each other. You have a little bit of like strategy between choosing the different carts, even though you can't really customize them the same way. I love the tracks in Double Dash. And I just put so many hours into that game. I love Double Dash. Same thing goes for Melee. I think ultimately is the better game than Melee, but the amount of hours I put into Melee, I think what Melee did and what Melee's legacy is in creating a lot of the competitive Smash scene for the most part and the wave dashing and stuff that people really admire, that was all really set up in Melee. And it was just so much fun doing the classic mode, and then they had the adventure mode, and then also the whole celebration of Nintendo as a franchise started there with the whole capsule thing. Can't say enough good things about Melee. Metal Gear Solid 5, The Phantom Pain. This is an interesting game, and I'm not really sure if it should be here or not. Its story is not great for a Metal Gear. It's not a Metal Gear game in a lot of ways, but it has the most incredible open world that I've ever experienced. I'm pretty sure. More so than Breath of the Wild. Well, I shouldn't say that. It doesn't have the most impressive open world. It has the most impressive open world mechanics. Just the way that everything chains into one another and everything interacts with one another. So if it's raining, certain things will happen that wouldn't happen if it's sunny outside. Or like I might do this punch, like I have a bionic arm with Snake, and I can bionic punch somebody, and it might just knock them into something that sets off this chain reaction that's going to affect 2 or 3 things down the line that I can't even, couldn't have even envisioned. And it's just truly an open world sandbox with stealth and combat. It's such a beautiful game. Gold, Silver, and Crystal pretty much take Red, Blue, and Yellow, improve upon them, so completely surprise everybody by saying yo, once you're done with what you thought was the game, we're actually going to just open up what you played in the previous game to you and make you revisit it in this really interesting way. So the whole story that they told there, and then it climaxing when you meet Red at the top of the one mountain or whatever, and he has his level 80 Pikachu. It's just beautiful. That's art. New Super Mario Brothers completely revitalized 2D Mario, because 2D Mario was gone for a really long time, and I don't think people remember that, but it was gone for a long time. Then this game comes out for the DS, and it just nails it. Everything about it. It's a lot of fun. They don't overuse the touchscreen mechanics. The levels are fun. I think that might be where they started introducing red coins were around before then, but it was one of those games that really inspired me to 100% it. 2 regions and 1 Game Boy cartridge. Yes, it was incredible. Sonic the Hedgehog OG. This is the first one for the Genesis. A lot of people don't like this game, but it has some of the best pure platforming. People get frustrated with it because you can't really go fast throughout most of that game. There are very specific levels where you cannot go fast as Sonic, but just navigating, trying to figure out the verticality, figuring out all the different paths. It's just so, it's sublime. And then the music is also top tier throughout the entire game. Remake Intergrade. It's a remake of my favorite game of all time. And it actually does the part of the game that it's remaking better than the original. So why is it at number 40 if I said it's better than the original? There's a couple reasons. It's going to become part of a trilogy. I'm not going to be able to fully assess the trilogy until it's all out. It probably should be higher personally, but I'm trying to be a little bit fair and put it right here for right now. The soundtrack, it has my favorite soundtrack of all time, I'm pretty sure. The combat is absolutely fantastic. I love the story changes they made, and I can't wait to see what they do with the next one. I have very, very little bad to say about it. Some of the textures aren't great. There might have been 1 or 2 chapters that could have been a little bit shorter. I think the one chapter in the Wall Market might be a little bit too long in the tooth, but gosh. Also, this current track. Okay. Picross 3D, we already talked about round 1. This is the same thing, but on the 3DS. It adds more puzzles. It's just great. It's fantastic. Sonic Mania is a celebration of Sonics 1 through 3 in a lot of ways, with a lot of clever little Easter eggs here and there. I actually like Sonic Mania more than Plus because it has Blue Sphere over the Sonic CD-esque special stages. So that's why you don't see Sonic Mania Plus. And I don't think... to me, Sonic has always been about playing as Sonic. Tails is okay, Knuckles is okay, but really at the end of the day, Sonic is most fun playing as Sonic. The Source? We'll need some time to give it a fair judgment. I didn't have a problem with The Source. I was kind of in and out of there, I felt like. I also really loved that Abzu fight and how they augmented it in a lot of different ways. But yeah, I honestly expect this game to go higher up over time rather than down, for me personally. Persona 5 is just a perfect JRPG with the most amount of style, the most stylish game on this list. They just nailed the look and feel and capturing the aesthetics. The combat's also a lot of fun. It's fast, it's fluid, it's frantic. I like the story they told, and all the main characters, to me personally, like, I connected with most of them aside from Futaba. I'm not a Futaba fan, which I know is blasphemy on the internet, but come at me, whatever. Donkey Kong Country, just a pure platformer. A pure platformer from start to end. Some of the levels might have a couple weird things, like why are these tires floating in midair? I'm willing to overlook it. It's just fun. The ice stage might be a little frustrating at times, but it's just fun. Burnout 3 Takedown was a game where I was over at my godfather's house and he's like, just play a game. I'm just going to put this one on because you're a just bratty kid who just wants to switch games every 10 minutes because I have every game in existence. And he put Burnout 3 and I'm like, oh, who cares about this stupid realistic looking car game? Then I started playing it. I'm like, oh my God, what is going on? Yeah, Burnout 3 is just a lot of fun. It's fast, it's frantic, keeps you on the edge of the seat the entire time through. Ratchet and Clank Going Commando is my favorite Ratchet and Clank, and it just nails platforming, getting those fun weapons in, added a little bit more to the weapon upgrade system and creativity behind the weapons. Transistor, an absolutely beautiful game. This was one of the hardest games to put low on my list. When I say low, I mean number 33. But the art style, the aesthetics, it's about this woman who essentially, she was a singer but lost her voice. But it also takes place inside of a computer. So you're putting together these computer chips and they combine together and you can create these superpowers and stuff. It's fantastic. Hades, roguelike with tons of story, just a lot of fun. Me and one of my really, really close friends, we talk about Hades all the time, and she's obsessed with it. It's so good. And Supergiant is just they're a top tier developer. Rayman Origins is just a pure platformer, pure 2D platformer, has a very great watercolor art style, and has a proper amount of challenge at every single turn. Mario 64 is pretty much a perfect first attempt at a 3D platformer. Tons of creative levels, a lot of really good challenges. The fact that each level has its own challenges, and each challenge is very unique, goes a long way. Sorry, had to breathe for a second there. Gosh, we have less than 30 left. We can see the top of the list from here. Ocarina of Time is a classic. Back in the day, this would have been my number 1 or number 2. This would have been my number 2 under Final Fantasy VII. But I think I've played it too many times, and that's honestly like the thing that's working against it. I can just see so many cracks in it since I've played it so many times. Thank you for the sub, Bartleby. That was definitely overly nice of you, and thank you for chilling out. This has been a lot of fun. Resident Evil 4 is just a perfect distillation of action and not actual horror, but kind of like that, like, I don't know, like B-movie horror. The fact that you go through all these different areas and Leon's just a goofball the entire time. A lot of really memorable experiences. And that's one thing I will say. I've played through all of these games on this list. 250 games. It's hard for me to really like talk about a lot of them in depth. But Resident Evil 4 and pretty much everything from this point on the way up, I have so many vivid memories of just like the golden chicken eggs. And in college, I found out that if you shoot bullets into the lake where Del Lago is, he'll come up and just kill you instantly. And one of my friends was super scared of this game, and this makes me a terrible person. I was like, hey, you can damage this. It was clearly like, okay, there's a boss fight coming. Hey, if you shoot a couple times into this lake, you can actually damage him before the fight. And then seeing him just completely freak out when that thing comes out the water and just like gets you. Man. The chicken eggs, there's the white ones and the gold ones. There might have even been brown ones. Celeste is just this pure platforming experience where it does the thing that Super Meat Boy was trying to do about like instantly putting you back and not making you frustrated, like giving you these challenging levels, but not making you frustrated and getting you right back in the action. And Celeste just nails that. I also like how it was about mental health and trying to convey a lot of stuff, even though it's a very lighthearted game on its surface. There's actually a lot of dark things about Celeste. Star Fox 64 is just a classic. I've replayed that game more than anything. I used to, every day after school, I would be on Star Fox 64, taking a different route, and it's very campy, but such a solid game. And for it being as short as it is, having that much replay value and it never getting old for me, it had to be on the list. And it got spot number 25, or yeah, spot number 25. You have to remember, you have to subtract 1 from each of these. Halo Combat Evolved. I don't know what to say about it. It's a classic. It really made shooters work on the consoles. Playing LAN and split screen, it was just so much fun back in the day. Marvel Spider-Man. So this one is kind of an interesting one. I think a lot of people would have it lower. You wouldn't expect to see it in most people's top 25. That being said, there's a fluidity in art to how you navigate around that city that's just beautiful. it took the art, like Batman Arkham Asylum thing, and then just refined it to a science. And then on top of that, I really, really, really love the story they were telling. Like, this is my like, Spider-Man is my favorite superhero. Spider-Man's my dude. As far as Marvel and like Western superheroes go. And this is my favorite rendition of Spider-Man. This and probably something from Spider-Verse. So not only did they give me my favorite rendition of this slightly older Peter Parker that's been doing it for a while and just kind of like, he's kind of got it, but at the same time, he's learning a lot of stuff. But then you have this whole communal aspect of Feast, which is this shelter for homeless people and struggling people that his aunt's running, and seeing him do like social work on top of his job as Spider-Man and balancing that like line between trying to be there for everybody, but in the process running himself ragged and not being able to be there for anybody. It was just so good. And then them setting up his storyline with Doc Ock and Harry and all them. I can't say enough good things about Marvel Spider-Man. I just love that game. And the combos were sick. Like knocking somebody off of the Empire State Building or Avengers Tower and just being able to like knock them off the building, do a mid-air combo, jump back to said building, dive back at them, hit them with another combo, knock them to the ground, dive at them, and then swing away at the last possible second. 'Cause the main criticism you hear of Marvel Spider-Man is, oh, you know, it just plays like all those other games. Every game kind of plays like every other game, but this game does. It's not about just like, yeah, the surface level, yeah, it's just Batman Arkham Asylum, but then you have to add on, oh, look at all these traversal elements. Oh, look at all of this other stuff. Oh, look how it's integrating Spider-Man's actual like look and feel into this universe. So it does a lot of stuff that a lot of people don't give it credit for, in my opinion. Spidey is a real homie. I'm going to talk about... Oh, sorry. Skipped ahead a couple. Elden Ring. Elden Ring. It probably could and should be higher, but due to recency, I'm kind of bottlenecking it a little bit. I didn't want to put it too high too early without having a little bit more time to sit on it, a little bit more time to process it. I'll go ahead and say it's From's best game, even if though I know it's not my highest rated From game on this list. They do a lot of incredible stuff, having that open world to just navigate. And you know, as somebody who's very big into game design, I am flabbergasted when I think about Elden Ring and how cohesive it is and how everything flows, creating all these unique things, even though they do reuse a lot of assets. Like, you have to realize, assets, when you're making a game that big, even if you are repeating a boss 3 or 4 times, that's insane. Like, any other game, there's just nothing like it. There's nothing like it. And I wish... Elden Ring has a lot of respect to its name, but sometimes it is frustrating hearing some people that don't really like understand like how much work goes into game development and talk about like repeated stuff that happens in that game. Talk about it, because it's like you have no idea how hard those people work to make that game. Shadow of the Colossus is a boss rush game that's also very artsy. I think the way that they do minimalist storytelling is incredible. And them having the boldness to just be like, hey, there's 16 fights in an open world and that's it. And just leaving it and calling it a day, which is antithetical to most video games. That was incredibly bold of them to do. And between that and the art style and just the very passionate story that they tried to tell, that's why it's number 21 on my list. Ace Attorney and Trials and Tribulations. Ace Attorney series I can't say enough good things about. It's just telling this complete character arc. Playing as Phoenix Wright is so much fun. Figuring out contradictions, so much fun. The writing, the amount of detail that they put into every single character that shows up on screen and making them their own unique person that's not throwaway. There's just nothing like it. So I feel very happy having both of those where they are. Tropical Freeze is, if I'm speaking objectively, it's the best 2D platformer out there. The game design is just, it's top notch. It is top notch. And seeing the story that they tell in each level. So you might start on a level that's like at a fruit production factory or something, like where they're like slicing pineapples. But then you see the first part where they're slicing it, then you see them packaging it, and like in the process of the transition, the platforms that you're on are like, okay, here are cans of pineapple, or here's this thing that's cutting them. And then you get to like the part where it's getting delivered. And every single level is telling a story like that. I've never seen anything like it. I've never seen anything like it. Bloodborne. You guys know what Bloodborne is. Port Bloodborne. Everybody needs to play it. Just a lot of fun with the trick weapons and the whole insanity system and all the hidden little aspects of the world. Not enough things I can say about Bloodborne. Uncharted 2 was an absolutely mind-blowing game when it came out, and it still is. It has some of the best set pieces I've ever seen in a game. Definitely the best set pieces for back when it came out in 2010 or whatever. That game had my jaw to the floor time and time and time again. There's one specific scene where I just want to talk about real quick, where you're on this mountain and you're on this kind of like convoy of cars just driving up this mountain, and you're shooting these cars down while jumping between them, and just how it works so seamlessly. It just blows my mind even to this day, thinking about how magical every moment of that segment was. Devil May Cry 3 Dante's Awakening is my favorite Devil May Cry game. It added the system where you can switch between weapons. It also added the style system that would be seen in Devil May Cry 4 and 5 with Dante. And the thing that really, really stuck out to me at the beginning was how difficult this game was. This game was so difficult that GameSpot had to delay their review just because they actually, for better or for worse, they made Japanese hard American normal, and it made it really, really tough to get past those initial stages. And I was incredibly frustrated and incredibly disappointed with the game when I first got it. But over time, once I started really messing around with the weapons and the game forced me to get good, and I say that phrase unironically, like I just fell in love with it, just seeing the Rebellion style where I'm doing my sword stuff and then I bust out Nevin and do some guitar combos. And it's just so creative, every single weapon. Metroid Prime is just such an incredible first-person shooter / adventure game where, oh, man. I'm getting emotional just thinking about it. Just the story that it's telling in this environment that you essentially crash land on this planet and you're spending the entire time like scanning the local flora and fauna and interacting with all these weird creatures. There's so many unique enemies. The amount of detail that gets put into every single facet of that game. Like when you go into the volcano place and there's like steam blowing into Samus's mask and you see like the sweat and fog that happens there. And gosh, I really want to put it in the top 10, but it's too late now. Super Mario Galaxy is just the most pure fun Mario experience out there, pretty much. 3D at least. It feels so good to just go around those planetoids and there are so many different galaxies. Each one's unique. 100% that game. 2 times with Mario, 2 times with Luigi. Halo 2 was the absolute heyday of my time online with first-person shooters. Me and my buddies, we would just play Halo after school every day. It was just a blast. A lot of people don't like the campaign for it. I loved it. I know it did cut off kind of abruptly, but at the same time, like, I have no problem setting up a sequel. I know that I'm gonna get a lot of flack for that, but whatever. Halo 2 is fantastic. Titanfall 2, however, is the best shooter of all time. The best shooter campaign. There is so much quality in every single level of that freaking campaign. And in the same way that Uncharted 2 blew my mind, Titanfall 2 was doing stuff I didn't even think video games could do. Like, there's one specific level called Cause and Effect where you essentially get some type of time-traveling device, and you're going through this facility, and through the press of a button, a literal press of a button, you're transferring between the past and the future, and what you're doing in the past is affecting the future, and you're also having to navigate, like, oh, this part's on fire in the future, so let me go to the past and do all this stuff. Playing in the Titan itself is such a fun time. That game's incredible. Super Mario Maker is an interesting pick where there's not... I'm trying to remember if it's Super Mario Maker 1 or 2 that didn't have that much of a campaign. But the whole premise is you're making your own Mario levels, you're playing other people's levels. I got into this because I was really big into Giant Bomb, and they kept doing these challenge levels, and they were just like really, really rough, but I would always get through them. Then that got me into building levels, and it was just this really cathartic thing of just like, oh, how am I going to plot this out? And it made you really like think about game design and balance and just having these free-for-all levels, and you never knew what you were going to get when you went to online and got like a random 10. And it was just so cool. And you'd make these bonds with people, be like, okay, I beat your level and I liked it. What else do you have to throw at me? And it's kind of like a challenge where it's like, come at me, bro. Specifically, there was one person who I think was like, it was a woman from France, and she would make these levels, and it's like the best 1 and the best 2. And they were really challenging levels, but I'd be the only ones that beat them. And I'd always comment at the end, like, guess I'm the best. So much fun. Prime was all about environmental storytelling. Yes. And I was 100% there for it the entire time. Oh, number 9, Burnout Revenge. If you told me that a racing game would make my top 10, I'd be like, nah. But Burnout Revenge is just the pure distillation of fun in a racer. Just aggressive racing. You have this mechanic called traffic checking where if you're behind like a relatively small car, like a non-truck type thing, you hit them in the back, you punch them in the back, and they start careening everywhere, and you can potentially knock them into other racers. And it creates this very hectic environment where like at any point a car can just come out of anywhere in a very already intense race. And it feels so aggressive and passionate. I love it. Rock Band, I don't even really need to talk about it. If you know what Rock Band is, you know why it's here on the list. Just having 4 instruments, being able to play all 4, and just having really great times with your buddies in college or wherever is fantastic. Sonic 3 and Knuckles, I play that game every single day after school for the longest time. Like, I would go to my grandmother's house and the Genesis would be there. I would play Sonic 3 nonstop. Got stuck on that stupid Carnival Night Zone where you have the barrel that you couldn't figure out, but somehow managed to luck my way past it like 2 or 3 times. Gosh, the fact that it told a story from beginning to end of Sonic 3, and then you had the add-on of And Knuckles that was also telling a cohesive story, which wasn't something that happened in platformers back then. And then it climaxed with Hypersonic and these really incredible guitar riffs. The music by Michael Jackson was crazy. The level design was great. I liked all the power-ups. Rock Band. Gosh. We're at number 6. Majora's Mask. I've already mentioned it a lot. It's got a day-night cycle. Does a lot of really cool things to play around with that and just get really creative in a way that no other Zeldas like it. I had something else very important to say about Majora's Mask. No other game has really replicated it in any big way, which I think is really cool. The whole mask mechanic's a lot of fun, and just the darkness and bleakness of it. That's not. As a kid, I didn't realize how bleak of a game it was, but this game is truly dire, truly dire, and just seeing that whole Termina Bay and the sadness that it represents and understanding that as an adult. It hits different. It hits different. Okay, we are officially at the top 5. Ninja Gaiden Black. I talked about it earlier. It's the pure essence of an action game and what an action game should be. Everything just feels refined. It's challenging but fair. You just gotta go for it every single time. You learn from every death. Everything's very aggressive. Runs buttery smooth at 60 frames per second. And just the amount of fluidity and polish that you see while you're like jumping off of walls, navigating this area. There's nothing like it. And then on top of that, I had something very important to say about Ninja Gaiden Black that's blanking on me right now. Oh, Ninja Gaiden Black. Oh, difficulty. This is one of the few games that difficulty is done correctly. So you have your difficulty modes and everything, but actual effort was put into every single one of those modes. So if you go in on normal, the enemy placement is different than hard. The enemy layout is different on hard. The item layout is different on hard. So they literally went through this game like 5 or 6 times and like, hey, what is the proper balance? Instead of just like, so many games just toggle like, oh, we're gonna up the amount of enemies or up the amount of damage or lower the amount of damage you can take. This game did its homework and on every single level delivered on making sure like, hey, each one of these difficulty levels is custom tailored to the experience we want to create. And no game does that nowadays, and it makes me sad. It genuinely makes me sad. And yes, Majora's Mask is such a dark game for a main Nintendo title. Speaking of dark games, The Last of Us. When I first played this game wouldn't even been close to the top 10, let alone top 5. But the story it's telling, the characters, the themes, just the general moment-to-moment gameplay of being stealthy and just really picking your battles, figuring out when to fight, when to run. It's fantastic. There's a reason everybody loves The Last of Us, and it became a hit TV show. They did an incredible job with that story. Final Fantasy X. The story of Tidus, Yuna, and Spira, and just creating this world that feels so lived in, so unique, but so lived in, that you could feel the motivations behind every single character. The combat system was just fast and fluid. I really just like the boom, 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 where you don't have to wait for a meter to fill up. You just go for it. And just the love story that it told was beautiful. Dark Souls. Dark Souls, man, what a game that is. Just so many memorable experiences between Ornstein and Smough and the descent into the underground forest or whatever it's called, up to Anor Londo. And the fact that it was all one map, which is something that's completely overlooked by a lot of people. Making a game that cohesive and like interlinked with one another, where stuff like geographically, even though there are a couple instances where it doesn't perfectly line up, that topographically lays out like it does. That is so hard to do. And them making environmental storytelling as important as it was for this game. I cannot say enough good things about the original Dark Souls. What's up, Raider? It's timely. Raider's favorite game. I think Raider's enjoying it, even though there might be a couple hiccups in there. And I think Raider will also come out the other side of Dark Souls, kind of appreciating it more, because I quit Dark Souls when I first played it. I played it before it was cool to stream it, way back in the day, before people knew how to like kind of nudge you towards the end. I was like, oh, this game's terrible. This game's unbalanced. It's way too hard. But I revisited it with an open mind. It's like, actually, this is incredible. This is magical, and no other game really does this like this does. So yeah, it ends up at my number 2. And number 1, to probably the surprise of nobody, Final Fantasy VII. It's just, it's a magical game that no matter what happens, I don't see this ever being topped. And that's not me like saying that it can't be topped, but this game is so tied to me as a person. This was the game that actually changed who I am as a person in a lot of ways, and just like there's so much to it, like between Cloud being kind of like this weird aloof guy that just he's learning a lot of stuff about himself as it goes along, the whole environmental backdrop of the game about it being essentially a tale of like how the planet is being just sucked dry of all of its resources, and like why the planet, it's important to take care of the planet. All the other characters talk to me in a very big way in creating this party that just kind of, you know, they all are different from one another, but they end up banding together in a really natural way. And man, there's like a twinkle in my eye every time I think about Final Fantasy VII, and that will never get old to me. So exactly right. All the materia. So I guess that's going to do it. It is 2:20 a.m. on a work day for me. But we got through it. We have our top 100 games. A top 125 games that are ranked. And then every 25 after that are broken up into 25 game chunks. So I'm going to put this online for you guys to see. I'll link it on my Twitch page somewhere. So if you guys have any questions, you can, questions, comments, concerns, you can at me, I guess, if you want to. That being said, it is far beyond my bedtime and far beyond the time I anticipated going with this stream. It's almost been a 5.5 hour stream, which is very long for me. Thank you all for hanging out so much. Thank you, Bartleby, for being here. Thank you, Raider. Thank you, Larry. Thank you, Mango, Numis. All you guys are awesome. This was a lot of fun. I'm glad we got it done. Oh my gosh. That was a lot of work. This was 3 streams. I think between the 3 streams, this was almost about 9 to 10 hours of content. But we're done, and I don't have to think about this ever again until next year, maybe. We'll see what happens. I'm going to rate out. Let's see who's on, if anybody. Let's see. Easy Allies. Don was playing. Iria. Ooh. Anybody have any suggestions? I will probably go with Dama. I've just rated her quite a bit recently. So If anybody wants to throw a suggestion up, I am willing to hear it. Otherwise, I'm going to call it right here, and we will rate Adama. Peace, guys. Thank you.